No? It's part of your time. Okay, we've got 1 minute if everybody wants to find a seat. It's good to see so many people here. Okay, before the clock moves 1 more minute, we'll call the September 16th, 2022 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:30. And we will start, as always, with an invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If you're interested in participating in that, please just contact Carissa Green at kgreen, like the color, .org. That's Carissa over there. Pardon me? What did I say?
We're not sure.
Send it to the right email address if you want an answer, to kgreen@volusia.org, and she will get you all set up for what's needed, but it is open to countywide. This morning, we will have Dr. Fred Lowry lead us in an invocation. If you care to stand, stand, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Let's pray. Lord, again, we pause at the beginning of another council just to acknowledge you, your presence, your graciousness to us, your kindness to us, which is way more than we deserve. We do realize that you're present here today, and hopefully all of us up here will rely upon you and the guidance through your spirits as we make decisions. Think of our first responders that are all out there today, and we just pray safety for them. Watch over them as well. And just by your grace, guide us today. In Jesus' name, amen. My pen. Hey, you want me to go down there and walk around?
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins. Miss Wheeler. Miss Gertman. Here. Mr. Johnson is here. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Miss Post. Here. Mr. Brower.
Here. We will open the meeting, as we always do, with public participation. We have several people who want to speak. When I call your name, just come up to the podium here. The podium will go up and down. Make sure that you have a microphone close to you, or nobody will hear you that's outside of the meeting this morning. You have 3 minutes to talk. Please just tell us your name and where you're from so we can relate what part of the county that you are in. The first person this morning will be Donna Craig of Ormond Beach. Good morning. Is her microphone on? No? So your time is almost up, Donna.
No? None of them are.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Ooh,
yes.
even I can hear me now. Okay.
Now everyone's really listening, Donna.
Yes.
Go ahead. No pressure.
All right, my name's Donna Craig. I live in Ormond by the Sea, and I'm here to offer some thanks to Heather Post for her service. With Heather in office, I have felt heard, I have felt represented, and for that, I'm grateful to Heather. Heather has listened to what we said. She's considered what it meant, what we said in the big picture as well as the little picture. So it was important to us in District 4, and she paid a lot of attention to what was important countywide. She worked to represent us and do what was best for Volusia. For that, I'm grateful, Heather, and I know I'm not the only one who will miss you. Thank you, take care, be well, stay in touch, and live your best life.
Suzanne Shiver?
Hello, Suzanne Shiver, Ormond Beach, Florida. We're here today, representative of women across Volusia County, to thank the District 4 Councilwoman for her service to our county. Something she has always done is to thank us individually for being who we are. We all have a one-of-a-kind attributes that set us apart from each other. She inspires others to accept themselves for who they are. Today, we are here to thank and celebrate her service to our county. Along the way, she worked diligently advocating for EMS, law enforcement, firefighters, veterans, beach safety patrol, jail employees, county employees, women in business, those who were less fortunate, small business, underprivileged youth, students across Volusia County, and so much more. She may be the District 4 representative, but wow, she represents far beyond that district. She has lifted up women from all walks of life, which is apparent in this chamber right now. She thanks each of us for being uniquely ourselves. This is the epitome of grace, dignity, and a celebration of us recognizing her distinguishing value. When personally thinking of a public servant, the most valuable skill of all, in my opinion, is someone who can lift up the community. Spotlighting the goodness of others is inspiring and easy to join in. While she finishes out her term, know we recognize her achievements and support her. Going forward, we wish her good health, success, happiness, and all the best life has to offer. So from us to you, thank you for a job well done.
I'm going to come down there. I have to hug you.
I'm glad you mentioned finishing her service, because I was wondering where this was going.
And I'm glad you're wearing yellow.
Okay, while she's coming back, next will be Tom Stauffenberg.
Hello. Hi, County Commissioners. I appreciate you giving me the time to speak today. There's a couple of things that I wanted to talk about, but first I wanted to kind of give you my perception of Little League. When I was young, the one thing that I could remember is going through the games. I don't remember a whole lot of the games, but I remember at the end of the game, my coach giving me a roll of quarters to go to the concession stand to buy whatever gum that we could buy. That is the lasting the remembrance of Little League for me, and I'm sure every single one of you can remember something that you've done throughout your childhood that takes you back to those, golden ages. Thank you for being here today as commissioners, county council members. I know it's an incredible job that you do as a volunteer in a lot of aspects of what you do. I know you get paid, but what you have to deal with is incredible. Audience, the passion that you have for being here today is tremendous as well. You're taking time out of your busy schedules. A few things that I kind of want to go over today is that as a Little League, we are severely challenged by our field operations. In DeLand, we have 2 fields. We currently have 427 kids signed up for our spring enrollment. In fall, or I should say in spring, we had 359. Traditionally, fall falls back by about 20%. So we should have anywhere from 200 to 89 signed up for fall. We exceeded that by 137. We are a growing league on 2 fields. Our challenges are coming in renting the county fields. Currently on August 1st, I believe the county field cost went up to $20 per hour, $30 per hour with lights. We have to keep in mind that our coaches are volunteers, so a lot of times they are paying out of their pockets to pay for those fields to practice on. Financially, this could cost them up to $600 a season, and we have receipts from coaches that are showing this. So today, I'm here to ask for some type of concession through the county Parks and Rec Department. If we can put something on the docket that would reduce our field rental fees to even half would be a tremendous asset to our league. Because again, we are a nonprofit. We charge $100. We try to keep that charge at a minimum for all of the indigent children and anybody that cannot afford it. But more importantly, the cost to us is $89. So we make $11 that we can use for equipment, additional fees. So $11 what we have to spend. Again, I'm here today to see if there's anything that we can do as a commission or as a county commission to reduce those fees for us. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. Ukrainians have finally started pushing Russia out of their country. President Biden is going to try to claim victory in the near future, but he and former German Chancellor Merkel both are to blame for inviting Russia to invade Ukraine. Let me walk you through the train of events that led up to this act of aggression. In 2008, Russia took the bite out of Georgia, the country, not the state, and the world did nothing. In 2009, President Obama and then VP Biden at his side abandons the missile defense seal system in Poland and Czech Republic. This was done to placate both Russia and Iran. Remember the hot bite moment in 2012 when Obama told Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, after my election, I have more flexibility. He replied that he would transmit this information to Vladimir, as in Putin, the current president, who was prime minister at the time. This was shortly followed by the Obama admin's denial of lethal aid to Ukraine. Weapons that Ukraine could have used when Russia invaded in February 2014 and took Crimea by force. What did the world do? Shrug their shoulders. In the 8 years that followed, Europe became more dependent on Russian energy and spent less money on weapons and modernizing their own militaries. Only Ukraine spent those 8 years getting ready for the invasion they knew was coming. During the Trump admin, the lethal aid that the Obama admin was holding back was released. President Trump begged and pleaded with NATO to increase their obligated military spending. Some did, some didn't. President Trump, begged and pleaded with Germany to stop being dependent on Russian energy. He saw what was coming. Then when President Biden got in office, despite 4 years of conspiracy theory about Trump and Russia, he signals he's going to be soft on Russia by lifting the sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Oh boy, you knew Russia was super excited that the West, through Ukraine, earned the bus for a direct line for gas. Then there is, of course, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. President Trump made a deal for withdrawal, and President Biden broke that promise. Then denial set in as the Taliban marched across Afghanistan, and Biden left billions of dollars in military equipment behind. Weakness in President Biden is what Putin saw. Spending money and equipment in Ukraine only after the fact is inexcusable. Thankfully, the Ukrainians spent 8 years preparing so that money and equipment could be put to good use. They deserve full credit for the defense of their nation, not President Biden. Thank you.
Noreen Brownson.
Good morning, council members and chair. Good morning. My name is Noreen Brownson, and I live at 3050 Turnbull Bay Road in New Smyrna Beach. I am here today because I believe there has been a mistake. A utility pole was illegally erected on my land on Turnbull Bay Road on my land on Tuesday, September 13th. When I came home at 4:30, I discovered it. There was no consideration of property rights. I request that the pole be removed immediately. I have surveys to prove it is my land. I have received no prior notice of the county illegally, and it is illegal, taking the land in question for their future use as a right-of-way. I am not willing to accept money for this mistake that they have done. I just want my land. It is not the county's land. No matter what your lawyer may say, that they mow the grass twice a year, so they have a right to take it. Well, I mow it twice a month. I would like to request for you to consider my comments, and I would like to be placed as an agenda item at your next county council meeting to flesh out the history and find out everything behind this, of this illegal, grievous taking of land by the county. There's a story behind this, and it's important for you as councilmen to know the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brownson. I have your phone number, your email, and either I or staff or both will be back with you.
I'd appreciate it if it would be in front of the council. I think it needs to be made public so that the citizens of Volusia County are aware of what can happen to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Wendell Dallarosa.
Wendell Dallarosa, Port Orange. I'm here today because I have an item on the agenda. I have an item on the agenda today, item number 6, and I got a call late last night at 3:30 in the 11th hour saying, hey, your item's been pulled. So that kind of put me in a little tailspin because I had my agenda set for today as that item to be on the agenda. I have attorneys in place that schedules and arrangements for me to meet with him at Mr. Storch's office to combine this property into my portfolio. It then goes to MLSTAC to put in my will and estate and my trust. Everything's on track with all these lawyers, and if you've ever dealt with a lawyer, they're not cheap. So I get the call in the 11th hour. I contacted a lot of you sitting up in front of me, and I did talk to George via text and was told that, hey, it's just put off for a different timeline. It's not a big deal. Well, it is a big deal. My time's just as important as everybody else's time. So I would like it back on the agenda today. I would actually request that it be moved to the front of the agenda because I have business to tend to. I actually have a boat title that I need to go downstairs and register while I'm here in this building, go down to the DMV. I have to go pay for some tax certificate properties that I'm sending to tax deed auction. I own the certificates, but I'm sending them to tax deed auction. So I want them to go to the, I have business in this building today. I was also called this morning and was alerted that through friends of mine at the Sheriff's Department that the additional green uniforms you see here today were placed here because of me, that they were aware that I was going to attend today, and that I have an agenda item. So that's what they're here for. And they actually sent a picture out of me standing next to President Trump. I guess it's insinuating that I'm part of the January insurrection. I don't know. They actually had a picture of me at Heather Post shootout where Ms. Post had a shootout 4 years ago at the gun range, and me standing behind Darren Peters' 50 caliber weapon. He posted that, not realizing that it's at a councilwoman's fundraiser that I in-kinded thousands of rounds of weapons to Ms. Post. Not weapons, rounds, excuse me. And so this is just a bunch of shenanigans, typical with our constitutional sheriff, who happens to be my neighbor. And I'll have my day. God and karma work in great ways. So I'd like my item put on the agenda today, or I'll be here speaking on each agenda item for my 3 minutes. And I'll stay on point and on track, which will add 2 hours to your meeting. Thank you.
Time is up. Ben Johnson?
Mr. Chair, I think if the county's prepared, let's go ahead and get that item out of the way. Rather than postponing it to another day, I would recommend we put it back on the agenda and get it taken care of today.
Well, I will leave that to staff. That decision was made to postpone it for various reasons that they had. So I think we need to hear from staff on that, or we can, the council can vote on it.
My motion would be, as long as they're prepared to do it, but I do believe they probably are. We'll find out in a minute.
I'll second that.
Okay, Ben Johnson makes a motion that we proceed. Fred Lowry seconds it. George?
I would like to hear from staff.
We are, yes, as long as the will of the council, we can go forward with it.
Okay. We have a motion by Johnson to proceed, second by Fred Lowry. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Aye. Just one. Heather Post. So the motion carries.
I'm opposed as well,
Motion
Chair,
carries 5-2.
simply because if staff changes it, I'm assuming there's a reason that staff changes it. I hear so many times, we must listen to staff, and then at times like these, we don't actually listen to staff. If that motion if that's finished, I had a discussion on something else. Okay. I just wanted to say, the woman that spoke just a moment ago, and I believe her name was Noreen, I just wanted to point out, because when people say stuff like that, obviously we start looking around for staff and looking around for people that can actually address the issues that they have and see, my first thing was to try and look for Ben Bartlett, because that would be who would be able to answer her questions and at least give her a little background, even if she still wants it on the agenda next time. But I have to say, in the last year especially, staff has been spot on. Even this morning when the microphones go down, people are right on it. And I just wanted to thank staff for doing that. And Ben wasn't even in the room, but he came running in, and I noticed he followed that couple out to make sure that their questions were answered. So I just wanted to thank staff for doing that. Thank you.
The final speaker for this morning is John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Two things. One, I was not going to speak on Little League, but the city of Daytona Beach for years had 3 facilities in Midtown. And slowly but surely, the people that PAL, what was the other 2? YMCA, all left. To me, they wanted to get back in and the city wouldn't do it. If somebody's willing to provide staff free of charge to the city, it was a no-brainer. Little League is providing a service to the citizens of Volusia County. They are paying, in essence, with their volunteerism, for what you would have, as a county, have paid staff. You don't have to pay them. You don't have to do their retirement, their health, their benefits. It is a huge cost savings. And for that $20 an hour, and we're saving basically a couple hundred, maybe $1,000 an hour in cost for employment, taxes, whatever, I'm asking you to seriously think about anyone or any group that's volunteering for something that we would normally pay for. Recreation is something that we would normally pay for. I'm asking you to think twice about that. And secondly, we have an environmental activist in Daytona Beach named Jenny Nazak, and she came before the City Commission about trees and how trees on a property, especially on asphalt, the degree difference in heat is tremendous. And that around the world, all the communities are planting trees for several reasons. One, for oxygen, of course. Secondly, for the warming, climate change. And I'm asking us to consider, I know we have that huge belt through the middle of all kinds of trees, but if you look at the community centers all around the world, they're measuring the heat where there is no trees, because when you build a community, eventually the trees go for the buildings. And the heat within those cities increases dramatically. So I'm asking us to take a look at where we can plant the trees, because we're going to develop cities regardless. All right, and you cannot put a tree in the middle of a building. And there's only so much land around it to develop appropriately. So I'm asking you to look at what we can do to plant trees, roadways, parks, whatever, to max out the oxygen, the heat resistance, and all the things that Jenny is talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comments this morning. It takes us to the first item, the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull for comment or a vote? Heather Post.
I do. O Oscar and O Oscar 1, both for vote.
Anyone else? And can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda excluding O and O1, and then we will return to those.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler. To approve the consent agenda excluding O and O1, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we will go to consent agenda item O. Is Dana Page?
She's right
there?
here.
She is right there.
So there's something I wanted to point out to council. A lot of stuff's been going on in New Smyrna Beach, and I noticed just recently their city commission discussed pay for city attorney, city manager, and city clerk. Don't worry, Mike and George, I'm not discussing yours, but one of the things that was really stressed in the article was that those are the top 3 ranking positions with any kind of government agency: the city clerk, the city manager, and the manager, the attorney, and the clerk. And we're paying, actually, George and Mike. George, can you tell me your salaries real quick? It wasn't on the sheet, just in general, not anything specific.
225.
Right? About the
Sorry,
same?
approximately 220.
Okay. Okay. So comparable. We've been keeping you guys good, right?
Yeah.
And every year we do the 4% or the 3%. We do the across the board raise is what we've been doing continuously. So the 4% of 220 every year, which is a good increase. But our clerk, on the other hand, when I was going through the paperwork for the compensation plan, I noticed deputy clerk to the county council. And for the public, the reason that that position is deputy clerk, and correct me if I'm not, or if I'm wrong, but the charter, that's why she's not called the clerk, because our charter makes her the deputy clerk, and George is actually the clerk for some reason under our charter. But so deputy clerk to the council is actually the clerk. But the pay there is $44,699 to $76 is the highest. I'm assuming she doesn't make the highest. And when I'm looking at New Smyrna, so New Smyrna had a big discussion about the 3 top employers within their agency. And they raised the pay to make it comparable. They compare themselves many times to Ormond Beach. So they looked at Ormond, they looked at Daytona. So Ormond has roughly 500 residents. Daytona has 74,400 residents. New Smyrna has 31,000 residents. But their city clerk, Ormond city clerk, this year makes $103,000, which again would be comparable to the top 2. And then the city of New Smyrna increased the salary for their clerk from $76,000 to $97,000. Now, I find that odd that the county, as an administration, is not paying. We're keeping up with 2 of our top 3, but we're not keeping up with the actual 3rd. And then we also have who would be the deputy clerk, I guess, under our clerk, who assists her when she's out, also makes actually administrative aid pay, which is way lower. So that's something I would like to fix today. I would like to make the motion that we actually discuss that salary, bring that back, and that we make the city clerk or the county clerks pay comparable to what it should be. And also, I don't know what you would call her, the under deputy clerk. I don't know what you call her, just an administrative aide, the second person?
Right.
Okay. And then we make that under person, just as in every other county or county and city government, comparable to what they should be making instead of starting at 44. So that would be my first motion, to bring that back to a future council meeting in the next month or so to discuss.
To discuss and change those separately from the rest of the
Well, those are our, the top three administrative personnel in a county are the attorneys,
Mhm.
the managers, and the clerks. And we don't have the clerks up there. I know that this county administration and certainly the county council definitely could not function without the clerk position. And so, especially if we're looking at retaining people and doing all of these other initiatives, which are good, that we start there and at least ensure that the top three are making what they should be.
Right, so I'm trying to make sure we understand the motion correctly. Do you want to pass the rest of the classifications and then bring back those that you just mentioned?
I'm
or
not
are
talking
you
about
asking-
approving the rest yet. I'm only
Okay.
talking about right now, my motion is to bring back to discuss
Okay,
the increase in pay for the clerk and whatever you want to call the
Okay.
assistant clerk.
is there a second on that motion?
I'll second it for further discussion.
Okay. Second by Gertman. I'll open it for discussion. Barb, I'll start with you.
Thank you. So I'm interested to know when you're bringing it back, because I think there could be a difference in the level of responsibility, county versus municipality. So I want to understand more what those duties are, what those responsibilities and authority are, because I think, again, that could be very different. And when I've seen that level of difference, it usually has something to do with that level of authority versus, responsibility. So I want an understanding of that. I'm not.
So typically when we look at changing the classification of a job, we pull job descriptions from other areas and we compare them and do a complete desk audit. So we would complete that.
Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
I agree with Ms. Gertman. One thing is we have a large organization. We have more people in between the clerk and the county manager, assistant county manager, county attorney, all of our different division heads. So you're not talking apples and apples, you're talking apples and oranges. Now, the next thing is, 2 weeks ago, we set our millage and our budget, and tonight, we have our final say on it. And in the meantime, we have somebody trying to come in here and add to the budget. If we're going to do that, we should not have gone to rollback. We should have stayed straight up if we're going to add all these things. We cannot cut the budget and continue to add money to the budget. And the next thing is we're actually stepping into the county manager's authority on how he looks at these people, and for him to bring it back to us. So I think we're in the wrong place trying to deal with this. That's up to the manager to bring to us, to Dana, to work on, and to make sure it's apples and apples.
Heather Post.
I'll just say there are quite a few people in between. So the deputy county manager, deputy attorney, yada, yada, there are quite a few in between. They are all paid comparable to what they should be getting paid. So then we're just left with those two positions. I'd also say that, the response continuously comes back as that is not county council's job, or it's not within our scope. But I'm reading an article that shows that New Smyrna Beach City Commission brought this forward and actually had a big discussion about it and brought it back and did it. And if you research Ormond and the other counties, or the other cities, you will get the same thing. So it's absolutely within our scope to do, and I think it's the right thing to do. I'd also point out that, again, a county that gets $305 million injected into its budget from COVID over the last 2 years certainly has the money in reserves to bring at least those two positions up to what they should be. We are working to bring people up in their pay across the board, and that would be an excellent start.
Dana. Can you bring us back an analysis of these positions and a recommendation to increase them, if they should be increased, or how does this affect you and what we have before us today to approve the entire package?
Mr. Chair, Dana can do, we constantly look at people's pay ranges. The council does do the vote as far as changing the range. I'm given latitude within the existing range up to a certain percentage that I can move people, and we do for merit, for special projects, things of that nature. That's pretty consistent. So we can, and we, like right now, we're in negotiations with various unions, and we study those ranges at that time and come back to you, of course, for direction on where we go. So this would be no different than that. We could study the range and bring it back if we feel like there's an adjustment needed, or so that would be fine, because we don't want to look at individuals up here at this situation. We would look at ranges and groupings of people, and that is what you guys are voting on here. As a matter of fact, is our compensation plan. That is what this particular item is all about. So when, and by the way, it is contingent on tonight's budget being passed. So budget's passed, we have these ranges. There'll be adjustment, and of course, because we are doing a 4% or $1 an hour, all the ranges in the compensation plan will be affected and changed. So if it's the will of the council to take a look at any specific area, we can certainly look at that. And as Ms. Pender said, we'll do a desk audit. They are different. There's no doubt. I mean, and we have a lot of things that are different than cities. So, but taking nothing away, believe me, we have, I think, the best staff in the county. So I'm very willing to help them out in any way we can.
Is it a matter of changing the range? Are they at the top of the range? Do you know off the top of your head?
Doesn't have to be. We don't know. I don't know off the top of the head.
They are not.
Okay.
But the range is much lower than New Smyrna's, than Ormond's, than a number of others. So I mean, the range is not comparable.
All right, Dr. Lowry.
Just as a point of order, before we can instruct Dana to do anything, we need to vote for the motion that's on the floor, which is to do that. If it doesn't pass, then she's done her job.
Yeah, I just wanted everybody to have the information. Heather, restate your motion so everybody is clear with what you're asking us to vote on.
So the deputy clerk to the county council, the clerk, the one and only clerk, and then the under clerk, I guess. We don't really have a position name for that, but it's the deputy clerk under you, right? Is an administrative position right now, but anyway, both of those positions are grossly understated in comparison with all of the cities in our county and other counties. And again, in government administration, those are the top three: manager, attorneys, and clerks. For whatever reason, it's not saying anybody's not doing their job. They are definitely doing their jobs. It's just saying that we need to look at it. So the motion would be to bring back at a council meeting soon, coming up, a comparison of the job descriptions, comparison of the pay for those two positions, and to see what we can do about making them comparable and up to speed to where they need to be. We've had many discussions about bringing pay in this county up to speed, and we are doing a very good job at that. But these are these are two very, very specific examples where I think, we really need to address.
Okay. So the motion is to bring back just those two positions. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins? Ms. Wheeler?
No.
Ms. Gertman?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
No.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes.
4-3.
So the motion carries 4-3. Now we need to deal with the rest of this amendment to the classification and compensation plan schedule. Do I have a motion to pass the rest of it?
So, Mr. Chair, just point of order, I want to make sure that those two positions then aren't held out and not given their raises on October 1st. So would you suggest that we approve everybody across the board and then bring them back to discuss?
Yeah.
Right, we
Okay.
can do a desk audit.
That's what I would ask that we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, do
Yeah.
as we have,
Yeah.
and then that'll be
I don't want
additional.
them to wait. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Motion to approve as presented.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimous 6-0, 7-0. That brings us to 01, Memorandum of Agreement between the International Association of EMTs and Paramedics and the county to increase the minimum base pay of EMTs effective October 1st, 2022.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before Dana talks about the specifics, this was necessary. We're in negotiations right now with this unit. So in order to ensure that they get their raise on October 1, while we're still in negotiation, we brought this forward after talking to the union and putting this in place. So these people will get their raise on October 1. This also helps us for other reasons. We have other federal guidelines and stuff we have to follow. So that way they're not left behind during the negotiation and everybody's at $15.
And if I could just add to that, the ambulance supply techs are not part of the bargaining unit, and they would be going to $15 an hour, so we didn't want our EMTs below the ambulance supply techs. So we did present this to the union, and they took it to a vote of their membership and agreed to move them effective October 1st, even though we are still at the table and negotiating with the EMTs and paramedics.
Okay, good. Heather Post.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're approving to provide our EMTs, we're raising the pay to provide our EMTs the minimum base pay of $15.94 an hour, which is $33,000 a year, by the way. So we're approving this, but they are still in negotiations and there is still possibility for change.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so we're only doing this to make sure that October 1st they get something,
That's correct.
some increase. Okay. So that makes me feel a little better. Okay, but in future discussions, I would just thoroughly point out that $33,000 a year for our EMTs. I want to make sure that the public hears that, $33,000. So, okay. So move approval on this only based on that. Thank you.
Is there a second? Motion to approve 01 by Heather Post, second by Billy Wheeler. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And that concludes the consent agenda. And brings us to item 2, proclamations. Kevin Captain.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 2 is the presentation of 2 in-chambers proclamations. The first one is Florida Farm Bureau Cares Day, requested by Steve Crump to honor 5 local farmers and ranchers: Jim Register, Joe Strickland, Frank Underhill, Matt Roth, and Van Underhill, who have received CARES Awards for demonstrating exemplary efforts to protect Florida's natural resources. Volusia County Council Representatives Barb Gertman and Danny Robbins will sponsor and present the proclamation. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. You know how much you guys have mean to me, especially my northwest area of our ag. And it's my honor to be part of this proclamation acknowledging each of you and the great work that you do in support of our communities. He's got it. I'm gonna be Vanna.
Good morning. Thank you, guys. You know you're getting old when you can't read. I don't know if this is size 12 print or not, but I'm going to give it a shot. Ready? Vanna? Mr. Register. All right. Whereas Volusia County has 1,575 farms and 114,284 acres of farmland, and whereas the agriculture industry is the silent engine of the Volusia County economy that creates jobs, feeds families, and generates more than $780 million in local economic activity, and whereas Florida Farm Bureau's County Alliance for Responsible Environmental Stewardship CARES program recognizes farmers and ranchers who demonstrate exemplary efforts to protect Florida's natural resources. And whereas Jim Register of J. Register Farms, Joe Strickland of Alpha Fern Company, Frank Underhill of Underhill Ferneries, Matt Roth of the Magnolia Company Gift Division, and Van Underhill of Urban Forestry Works have received CARES Awards for implementing conservation practices that improve water quality and reduce water and nutrient use. And whereas the CARES Award recognition demonstrates that our local agricultural producers are fully committed to protecting Florida's environment, and whereas the Volusia County Council recognizes the efforts of local farmers and ranchers who answer the call to protect the environment while also producing safe, affordable, and abundant agricultural products. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim September 20th, 2022 as Florida Farm Bureau CARES Day. Congratulations, great job, keep it up. We appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thank you guys so much.
There. One more for me.
Would anyone like to speak? Would anyone like to speak? Speak? Anyone?
Steve.
say anything?
Congratulations.
Very good.
Council members, I'm Steve Crump, Volusia County Farm Bureau Executive Director. I want to thank Barb Gertman, Councilman Danny Robbins. I want to thank Mr. Rectenwald for their leadership in this. This is a great opportunity to recognize agriculture in Volusia County and the contributions of agriculture's economic engine, combined with the conservation that these farms have shown in the past. And we look forward to Farm Tour Day. If you want to come see agriculture in Volusia County, it is November the 18th in combination with our extension service. So if you want to learn more about agriculture, council members, staff, we invite you along with everyone in the county. Thank you very much for your time.
Steve, I'm going to add to that a little bit. You don't have to stay up here, but agriculture oftentimes gets a bad rap for being destructive to the environment. And I want to tell you, I've worked for some of the men that were just up here. I've sat in their boardrooms. I've heard them anguish about how they grow the crops, about how they protect the land that they depend on, about employees that are in trouble and going to great lengths to help their employees, above and beyond what was often expected or anticipated. And I join them in honoring you men, all these the ones that I haven't worked with, I've gotten to know because it's a tight community, the farming community in Volusia County. And these are fine individuals that truly care about the environment. They have to work to protect the environment or they're out of business. And they have to work to protect their employees or they're out of business. So congratulations is indeed due to you. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
We might also want to point out to Mr. Robbins that that print gets smaller as you get older.
Okay, as part of item 2, we have a second proclamation to be presented here in Chambers. This one is Hunger Action Day. It's requested by Veronica Jaramillo Mucha of Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida. And today to accept the proclamation is Stephanie Palacios. Ms. Palacios. It's to raise awareness about hunger in our community. The at-large representative, Ben Johnson, will sponsor and present the proclamation.
Mr. Robbins, there's a simple solution, and it costs you $10 at Walmart. We got a bargain hunter back here. Whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in Florida, where 10.6% of people face hunger and do not know where their next meal will come from, and whereas Volusia County is committed to raising awareness and combating hunger by working with the Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida and educating people about the role and importance of food banks, and whereas members of the Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida distributed more than 6 million meals to individuals in Volusia County in 2021. And whereas through its network and food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and other community organizations, the Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida distributes more than 250,000 meals every day throughout its 6-county service area in Central Florida. And whereas September has been designated Hunger Action Month to bring attention to food insecurity and to enlist the public in the fight to end hunger by taking action, including volunteer shifts, social media shares, and donations, to ensure nobody has to make an impossible choice between food and other necessities like medicine, utilities, or child care. And whereas food banks across the country will host numerous events in September to bring awareness and help end hunger in their local communities, now therefore we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim September 23rd, 2022 as Hunger Action Day in Volusia County and urge all residents to work together to end hunger in our community. Dated this 23 day of September, AD 2022, signed by the County Council of Volusia County.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here and recognizing Hunger Action Month and Hunger Action Day. As the proclamation mentioned, Second Harvest Food Bank distributes 250,000 meals every single day in our 6-county radius. We have 88 feeding partners in Volusia County. We could not do the work that we do without our partners in Volusia County and without your support. So I want to thank you again for your support in recognizing Hunger Action Day.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve those two proclamations?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by, was it Post or Gertman? Was Barb Gertman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and that takes us to item 3, staying in the realm of agriculture, presentation of Fairgrounds Master Planning Research Project results by University of Florida, the University of Florida.
Right. Inappropriate to do the chomp at the podium, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's not. I paid them a lot of money.
Yeah.
Good morning, council members. So Brad Burbaugh, Resource Stewardship Director. As you recall, during COVID, we realized what a strategic asset the fairgrounds were in terms of its location, central location, and ability to serve our citizens in their time of need. Based on that observation, the council had appropriated $750,000 of ARPA funds to look at how we could improve the fairgrounds to capitalize on its strategic location, but also serve as a community asset. So based on the council's direction, we engaged the University of Florida, some outstanding research associates and professors that I had worked with in the past, and saved significant money by doing that, but essentially to collectively dream together with our community to use a process that's community-driven and county-led, and that's what we're presenting here for you today. What they have done is they've listened to our stakeholders at the fairground through interviews. They've listened to our public through surveys and a public meeting. And they've given us a menu of options to choose from as we move forward. So we're not asking today to approve the whole master plan, but just look at the options that they're presenting us. We do have a plan for those phase 1 improvements that we would like to move forward on, because we believe those are foundational to bringing the infrastructure up to where it needs to be in order to move to the next steps. And so this is what the process looked like. We started in April and finalizing here today. I want to thank the team for their efforts in helping us move the process along very quickly so we could try to access some grant funds that were due by October 1st. So what are some of the guiding principles that we've had as we work throughout this process? And as I said, it's a community and partner-driven process. We have 4 partners at the fairgrounds. We're not the only player out there. So we wanted to get them all together and all paddling in the same direction as we've done before, but with a plan for the future. And how can we leverage our individual strengths and resources and partnership to really provide a top-notch experience for our community? So I'm going to go through quickly the first 2 phases of the project. we had the faculty experts that I'll introduce to you in a second come out, and they essentially assessed our facilities and said, this is our opinion based on our expert, our knowledge. It was a lot of the things that actually were identified by your Agribusiness Interrelationship Council when they sent a letter saying, these are some things that we need to improve out here. These are some lessons we learned from COVID. And so what their assessments aligned, and this doesn't always happen, really well with the public survey results. We're all thinking in the same direction. Just some thoughts about the Hester Dougherty building, those metal buildings. They've given us some ideas to make them more attractive. They're very well maintained buildings, meticulously maintained. That I can say that. They were impressed by the way that they're maintained, but how do we improve them for the future? So they've given us some ideas there in order to make something. The community input, I would just want to share a few of the results from the public survey. We had 330 responses, which is pretty outstanding based on the work I've done in the past on community surveys. We also had a public meeting where individuals came in person. So we've had a lot of people who've used the fairgrounds in the last 12 months. So 86% of the folks who responded to our survey had visited the fairgrounds in the last 12 months. We talked with partners and the research team to understand there was the vast majority had only been there 1 to 2 times. So we think we've captured a lot of folks that were there for vaccines or testing and maybe the fair as well. Interestingly, 50% said that the fair was very important or extremely important to their quality of life in Volusia County. So there's a lot of support for the fairgrounds in terms of what it's being used for and the future. 85% said that the fairgrounds do need improvements. And then we looked at we asked folks, we have this money, but what would you like to see at the fairgrounds? And so we did that through the surveys and the public meeting. There was a little bit of changing and shifting of priorities, but I think we're all pretty much on the same page. I think the public meeting had more stakeholders involved to understand what's coming in the future in terms of how things are going to develop around them. So they felt that acquiring some property should be the top priority, whereas people who actually are users of the facilities thought enhancing the facilities and building improvements. We asked them to describe the level of importance each of the uses should have. As I said in the beginning, or may not have said, the agricultural center was built in the 60s for the agricultural community, for development of youth, and the farmers market, which will be celebrating 50 years here soon, that serves our community. So those ag activities are really important, but I think there's an understanding that, we could be so much more. And that's why we're here today. So I'm going to turn it over to Martha Cohen, who's a professor in the School of Architecture, College of Design, Construction, and Planning, and her research associate, Maria Barrios, who are really kind of celebrities in Florida because they go around and help communities collectively dream. Martha and Maria were in Miami-Dade County 2 days ago, and they're in Willaca tomorrow and here today. So they're really well respected in the circles and government circles, and so I want them to give you an overview of the menu of options that we have in front of you. So Martha, Professor Martha.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable and distinguished county council members and the public as well. I was complaining about giving the back to the public. The master plan that we developed was done with the master plan options or ideas was developed with the invaluable joint efforts of the stakeholders, and we want to recognize them, and in particular Brad Verbo that guided the process. We did it also with 5 consultants from the university on transportation issues, Professor Ruth Steiner on infrastructure, Professor Christian Cage, on institutional components, Dr. Helen Miller, and economics, Professor Abhinav Alexander, and then landscape, Kevin Thompson. They really have done a comprehensive study that has guided us and helped us formulate the ideas. So 5 ideas, I was just gonna say 5 to frame the plans and the ideas that we're gonna show. First, in recognizing the long history, almost a century of achievements, we ought to protect, celebrate, and develop the activities and assets for the future generations, and to support the agricultural activities and education for the youth. Second, we tried to provide a strong, resilient infrastructural foundation. Maybe it's not, the shiniest of the elements that we can show you, but it's very important regarding access, parking, energy, drainage, lighting, shade, and landscape, as well as communications. Third, to provide innovation for defining a destination for all population ages. That was important to us, to keep the traditions, enrich the future through the introduction of attractive programs, new venues also, like the Old Florida Village or the Volusia Forever Center, Celebration Plaza, for people to be able to meet and look at the county fairgrounds as a true asset for the whole county. Also the new multifunctional open arena, providing amenities that we have seen, the new roles that have come to the fairgrounds to be received in comfort in day and night. Finally, number 4, the proposal is scalable. That is important, adapted to phased implementation and to choosing one or another in different moments of financial possibility. So it's alternatives. We are not mandatory choices. And finally, we are also presenting the possibility that it would be important to engage, maybe acquire the neighboring properties that are important to secure in the long run the integrity of the central core of the fairgrounds, as also to generate increased economic, environmental, and cultural value. So Maria will explain you the
Good morning, Council. My name is Maria Barrios from the University of Florida, and I'm here to briefly present some of the focus areas of the master plan. I'll start with the early Florida Village, which is located right off the west area, the west entrance to the north. We envision the early Florida Village as a new destination point where history takes us back to the days of the early settlements, providing a place for celebration on our own heritage and education for future generations. We present this composition as a vision of the Central Plaza with a focal point, a nice fountain. We can also have chapel and reception areas that can complement multiple activities and additional events, as well as demonstration shops that with diverse and colorful new vegetation can complement the experience of this new destination. Then we have what we consider the central lawn. It's right off the early Florida Village. We envision this main central avenue as a vast green area able to host various events, creating a unifying green core that connects the south gate as well as the west, for which we imagine a new plaza that's located right in the center as a new focal point. As we see in different parts of the world, such as DC or Brazilian South America, these lawns bring people together and open the possibilities for immense activities as a unified area. Right at the end of that central lawn, that's what we'll consider Celebration Plaza. As I mentioned before, the creation of Celebration Plaza is not only a new place to be, but also, as the name says, a celebration of the heritage of the fair that is upcoming 100 years anniversary is coming up since they opened, as well as the upcoming 50 years of the farmers, or the famous farmers market that keeps bringing the community together week after week. This is an opportunity that we see to develop a destination place shaded that can be embellished by the history of the site. And we consider the use of tensile architecture could be a fast and iconic element that could be utilized, providing easy assemblage, and it could be see it also as an opportunity for branding. Right beside the central lawn, we have an east and a west promenade. Right now, talking about the west promenade, which is right beside the Hester and the Dowdy halls. We envision this west promenade as a shaded area. These new two arteries will embrace the central lawn with the shaded green avenues composed with colorful and evergreen trees that complemented with rain gardens, which within the rest areas, providing shaded seating for patrons, as well as reducing rainwater runoffs that currently present a challenge in rainy days at the fair. At the same time, the resurface of the existing roads with pavers or any other impervious material will allow for rainwater management as well. In addition, we, as Bradley mentioned, we envision the Hester building or the Dowdy building to have a new kind of embellished aesthetic with bigger openings, bigger windows, just maybe a coat of paint can take a long way in this kind of facilities, because they're truly maintained very carefully, and it will be a pity to demolish just to build something that's pretty similar. So these are just examples of how we envision that avenue, some of the rainwater, gardens, seating areas, pavers, things that can happen around. Then to the west side of the fair, right behind Townsend Pavilion, we envision the outdoor stage and open air arena with that could be served not just a venue for new activities, but as well as emergency management, providing an opportunity for a drive-through facility that's protected from the elements and the rain. And right by next to it, just an outdoor stage with grass seating that could be utilized in many ways and different activities and events, not just by the fair when the fair is happening, but just events, concerts, and things like that. And finally, the creation of an additional retention pond right behind it. It's a little hard to see. Right behind this new lawn that will enhance the vegetation of the site and aid on the rainwater also runoff that comes from adjacent parking areas that currently also present a challenge. So this is just some images of outdoor arenas, different possibilities, that it can be taken into consideration. The next element, we call it the walkable perimeter. This proposes the creation of a 3-lane street around the fair from South Route 44 all the way to Pravat, which also enhanced with vegetation and rain gardens and decorative lighting, connecting the perimeter of the fair to the existing sidewalk that's already on SR 44, providing a safe place for visitors and locals for exercise, walks, and just embracing and embellishing the site. So these are some examples of how things work on rain gardens, and create this concept of a complete street, where it's just not a sidewalk and a street, but also works as management, water, safety, there's lighting, so there's a lot of components to it. And finally, we envision the Volusia Forever Conservation Center, right located at the north of the site, which aims to serve as a hub that will portray to the community the existing conservation areas within the county, providing an educational center for visitors and locals, and placing Volusia as a stewardship for conservation and education of local habitats, protecting the flora and natural resources that we have. And in addition to that, we, as you saw in the previous slide, we consider the acquisition of that east parcel to the fair, just to protect that site and maybe implement some trails and conservations or demonstration gardens and trails that can engage the community and the younger generation, just to understand how to protect them in the near future. So these are just examples around the country of other facilities that have done the same, and we believe that Volusia can take an important role on that. So this is just a brief presentation of the possibilities that the Volusia County Fairgrounds has, and we hope we can open the discussion, and if you have any questions.
Barbara Gertman.
Well, we open for discussion or questions.
Yes. I'm going to start with Barb Gartman at the end, who at least had a comment.
Yeah. I am, I guess, not overwhelmed, but really pleased. I'm really pleased. I remember meeting with the fairgrounds and the owners right before COVID. And we talked about a vision that includes so much of what you've been able to connect to here. And to have the fairgrounds and enhance the legacy of the owners, right? And have their input for where it's gonna go, and know that it will be in good hands as they transition on to whatever is next, right? So I asked for it to look like we did it on purpose, right? That we came together and we have an event venue that meets the needs of the community, acknowledges the history, but also really invest in what those grounds deserve. And you really have connected all of that and more. So I'm extremely pleased, and it's a great place to be with the vision and the connectivity of so much of the environmental concerns tied in, because I think we've got to determine what's next, right? We've got to determine how we're going to move forward, and this is the central point for our community, for our county, and it deserves our investment. It deserves the people's input for how they want to also participate and see it used. And I'm just really proud of how you've connected to that. And Brad, I'm really happy with your leadership to help us get to this point this far. But
Yeah, I'm excited for what our future is in regards to these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I would add the following. I mean, our report is this thick. There are many aspects, of course, we didn't touch today. So there's plenty of layers of contributions that can be, put forward.
Heather Post.
And so just to point out to the public, that is in the agenda. So if anyone in the public wants to peruse that, you can check that out as well. But I wanted to tell you, I'm very excited that this has culminated. So many people have had this stream of all these different ideas for many, many, many years. And I see a lot of nods in the audience. And this is finally actually coming together. And it's phenomenal. And there are two things that really stood out to me. Lots of things stood out. I'm not that I wasn't expecting greatness, but I'm very impressed with what you've proposed. The example of smart building that you have is really wonderful, and I'm hoping that we, in building this as well, that we can use this as an example around the county to show how our curb lines and stuff could actually be. So I'm excited about that. But another thing I'm really excited about, my entire career has revolved around training and education, and there's a lot of that going on here. And I think that that's so important for the newer generation and the older generation, but that you've really incorporated a lot of that into it, and that we're going to be using this area not only to provide just so much to the community, but that we are actually going to be using it to educate future generations. So I'm very happy with what you proposed. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you very much. I love what you're all saying, of course. I must comment that when I first looked in Google Earth what the county fairgrounds were, we saw it as this pivoting point between the agricultural lands and the natural lands and the developed lands. So it's there, right, as a stronghold where our values can be shown and between the two worlds.
Ben Johnson.
We're fortunate to have that facility in Volusia County. When it was built, it was a first-rate, beautiful facility, and now it's time to step up a little bit more. And one thing I want to do is recognize the people in this audience that are longtime volunteers out there that have made this thing work and brought it on, and we thank all of you. Something that's in the center of the county. We have used it from everything from storm housing to vaccinations, everything you can imagine. It's been used for weddings, and anybody who has never used the facility is missing something. And I think we're fortunate to have the bones to work with right now and take it to the next level. So I'm very much in agreement. We do what we can to make this thing even more beautiful facility. And there's a lot of counties in the state that wish they had something like this to work with and somewhere to go.
Thank you very much. I think it's true. It's a true jewel, and just waiting for a more developed, brighter, important future.
I'll just add to that a little bit. When I went through this, the presentation, I just had to sit back in my chair and say, wow, it was so much more than what I expected. And I shouldn't have been surprised because you are from the University of Florida. But what this does is makes the fairgrounds the centerpiece of our county, which it should be. It makes it more valuable to our community. It'll draw in more events, as Mr. Johnson just mentioned, from weddings to. But it's used a lot now. But this will attract more use. And the other thing that I saw as you just went through this is that this accomplishes so much of what we've talked about up here for low impact development and and environmentally friendly construction and care of the environment. This is it. This is a demonstration of all of those things. It can be a demonstration garden for the plants that could replace grass, for ways to build, for the solar lighting that you've, it's incredible. It's really well done.
Thank you
Go
very
ahead,
much.
you want to speak.
Yeah, well, I want to hope that all these comments are recorded.
Yes.
They are.
They are.
Yeah, you're on TV.
You can use us for references later.
Yes.
Not that you need any,
I
for
need
sure.
to show that.
Yeah. So thank you for the work. Thank you, Brad, for putting this together.
So I'll move approval
We've,
with the recommendation.
well, I want to add, before we do that, I would like to ask for a very specific motion. See if you would approve that, and that would be to approve this phase 1 recommended improvements, but with direction to confirm to continue working with our partners at the fairgrounds and community to identify components of the phase 2 improvements and investments to be presented at a future council meeting. This has to continue. It has to go on. So would you?
That's what I meant, because that's what it says on here. So I said as.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I
As
second.
Mm-hmm.
I want everybody to know what we're voting on, especially you for your hard work. But so motion by Post, second by Wheeler.
Okay.
And
It's okay. It's okay.
we had more comments, but everybody just disappeared. Ben, did you have something else? Barb, you're good?
I just did want to mention, and I know we're talking about coming back with the phase 2, but I do want to put out there, sports economics was one of those areas that's of a concern, I think, through COVID. And we probably had a need prior to that, but I think it's really demonstrated the need for more recreational and more outdoor. And as said, either we determine how that area develops or it develops around us and we don't get that choice. So sports economics is one of those areas that I very much want us to evaluate the potential impact, and potentially having tournament fields out in that area to also be a drawn attraction to that region, and to then be able to help build up the other commercial area, be right off of I-4, be visible, and again, not new housing, right? But people coming in, leaving their money, and going back till the next person comes back, right? So I think that's a great area for that opportunity, and would like to see Brad and the team be able to reach out. I know I just returned from FAC, and sports economics was presented during one of the previous programs at a prior FAC visit, and there's somebody that will really help us break down how those impacts can help on an economic level. So I'm really interested to hear more about that. But I would also like to see a design where the amphitheater or the open air theater can also be seen from I-4, because I think when you're driving down I-4 to see what we've put out and to give that visual, I just think there's an advantage to that as well. And I'm not sure where it's positioned now would give it that opportunity. So just wanted to plant those couple of seeds out there to be included in the vision and mission. Yes, ma'am.
I'm hearing you, and I come from Gatorland, where sports is a central interest. So we will be, of course, very interested to continue whatever you find adequate for us improve the proposal and go to the next phase.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. This does make the fairgrounds a destination, I think, instead of just during the fair. It's interesting to hear what really stands out to you. If we went down the line, we'd probably hear favorites of many different parts. For me, it was the early Florida Village and the Volusia Forever Conservation Center. Just one question for you: is the Volusia County Soil and Water Conservation Board a partner? Are they plugged into this? Because they need to be. They'll love it.
Yes, so I actually met with one of their board members to discuss the green infrastructure aspects of this project and how we could, if we implement the green infrastructure, how we could partner to use it as a demonstration area.
Excellent.
So had those conversations.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve Phase 1 and to continue with Phase 2. Motion by Post, second by Wheeler. If there's no more discussions, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for your work. Now, to seal that deal, we have item 4. If I can get back to it. Brad, you're going to be with us for a while. Item 4 is a resolution certifying the Volusia County Fairgrounds serves a public purpose and authorization to submit an agricultural education and promotion facility request for funding to the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services.
That is correct. So each year the Department of Ag does a funding request opportunity for counties or fair associations to submit requests to fund improvements at these ag education facilities. As part of the application, we need a resolution from the governing body saying that the fair is a public use facility, which it is in this county. So that's what's before you today. We're asking you to approve this so we can improve it or add it to our application where we're asking for $1 million from the state to support our phase 1.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Gertman, second by Johnson. Any questions, discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0 with one out of the room. Thank you all. That brings us to item 5. Amendment number 5 to contract with TTEC Government Solutions for toll collection services. Jessica, welcome.
Good morning, Jessica Fentress, Volusia County's Coastal Division. We are here today.
I just wanted to point out I gave everyone a revised agenda item with some different funding on the front of it. So that comes from the general fund and the Port District. The expenditure is $2,053,149.65 from the general fund, and from the Port District it's $400,014.50.
Thank you.
So we're here today to talk about amendment number 5 for the Volusia County's toll contract. This toll contract provides toll collection services for your beach vehicular access points as well as your two inlet parks. We do split the administrative costs proportionately based upon vehicular entries between the inlet parks and the beach approaches, which is why you have a kind of an odd split between your general fund and your Port District fund.
Right now, it works out about 18% of your entries are going through your inlet parks, and the remaining entries all go through your beach approaches, which is how we come to that split. Every year when we do our budget prep, we do a review of the prior fiscal year vehicle entries, we readjust that percentage, and then we split it accordingly. The main things on this contract amendment is bringing our toll staff up to a minimum of $15 an hour. 80% of this change order is associated with labor and staffing. You also have the fringe that goes on the back end of just the hourly rate that you pay people. You've got some other administrative increases, armored services for the financial transport, auto leasing, uniforms, fuel, and then, you know, the general inflationary pressures that we've experienced, all set against the pricing indexes as allowable under the contract. The anticipated increase, you're looking at just over $500,000 for your general fund and just over $100,000 for your port district. So just a summary of where we are on this contract. On October 1st of 2015, the County Council ordered an initial 5-year term with 5 optional 1-year renewals for a total of 10 years. In November 2017, that was when we increased the daily beach rate up to $20. We kind of did a comprehensive review of the entire toll beach operation altogether. And as part of that, the County Council approved an extension of the initial term to September 2022, which is next week. And you also have 3 additional optional 1-year extensions. As part of the contract amendment, we're also requesting a 1-year extension through the following year. After that, you will have 2 remaining 1-year extensions available. And I'm available for questions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Johnson. Who was the second by? Was it Post? By Post. Discussion from council. I'm going to take a different view of it. I would like to see us just end the beach toll, to phase it out, or just to end it today. I think it makes our community appear unfriendly. It's a safety hazard. It backs cars up at every beach approach onto A1A. It's a problem to employees on the beach at times. And we have other ways to fund the beach. We have the upcoming naming rights program. We have the bed tax. Part of that money could be used for beach operations. If we open up the beach, it makes us a more desirable community. It will increase attendance to the beach in all of its 47 miles. And the more people that come, the more money is spent and the more taxes that are received. I think it's time to end this experiment on the beach tolls. Ben Johnson. Billy Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your comments. I don't agree with them. I think everybody really enjoys the beach. I don't hear anybody complaining. I think we've done a really good job, and I think we have a first-class beach. And I think the fees that we have chosen are minimal for what we get. And this is a benefit to all of the constituents in Florida. I mean, Volusia as well as Florida. I see absolutely no problem with the fee that we're charging and how we're doing it now. So I'm in support of continuing forward with the way we've been running it.
Ben Johnson.
And I agree with Ms. Wheeler. If you go to DeLand Springs, Silver Glen Springs, Juniper Springs, Wekiva Springs, any of these places, you pay a user fee. And the people I talk to, especially here in West Volusia, don't want it added to the general fund taxes. And no, that other stuff is not going to take and pay for all the services. We've had a meeting, and it's going to be coming up, to where the sponsorship, as much as I agree with the sponsorship, is not going to fill that void. But I know, for one, I don't want it on my property taxes in the future, and that's where it's going to end up. There's no shortage of people wanting to go to the beach. I think it's a fair price, and it's a user's fee for those people who want to go in a way that we can generate the activity without putting it on the citizens' backs.
That's just the thing, Ben. It is on your property taxes. It's already there. We already pay for it, and then we pay for it again with the fee.
It pays about half of it, Mr. Brower.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So we are paying for it twice, and then we're requiring visitors to come. The beach is a huge draw to residents and visitors of Volusia County. There's no doubt about it. I want to make it more friendly and attract more people, bring more business to the vendors on the beach, the motels, and the retailers up and down the beach who will tell you their business is not as good as it was before. Heather Post.
From staff, do we have an update on when the sponsorships discussion is coming back to us, or where we're at on that?
I think we're right now trying to set up one-on-one meetings. I don't think you're going to want to discuss the value openly if we're trying to negotiate deals. So we're trying to do is get to all of you one-on-one with the results of this thing.
Okay.
But there definitely is hope. I mean, there's some good stuff out there. I just don't know the level, you know.
But the discussion's happening this month with the sponsorships?
Yes.
Okay. So I would definitely be open to coming back after those discussions and seeing what we can do about the tolls. Because I've always said we shouldn't have the tolls on the beach. But certainly if we can look at that and see where we're at in the short term, I would be more than happy to come back and address that issue, certainly. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Fentress, I just have a question for you. Sorry. Are we required to have those kiosks there that are manned, whether it's to pass out information or environmental information, both state or federal? Are we required to have? Do we know that?
We're not required to have the structure of the toll booth. We are required right now under the current habitat conservation plan, which is a contingent upon, or the part of the incidental take permit. We're required to provide the environmental rules of the beach. As we look towards modernizing our next generation of tolls, should we go in that direction, we will be working with the regulatory agencies on modifying the means in which we can convey that information. Paper handouts are kind of going the way of the dodo bird. There are other ways to do it.
Sure.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because, you know, in the meantime now, you know, we have to, I don't know what the time frame is. When do we get to renegotiate or look at other means of doing this? Because as it stands right now, we kind of, it seems to me like we have to do it. Is that a fair and accurate?
As it stands right now, that is one of the components. But as she said, I think as we look forward to maybe automation in some of these areas, how we deliver that message, I think, could be updated as well.
So until we get to that point, you know, and also figure out ways to cover the ongoing upkeep when we're dealing with national things, Chair, you know, inflation, cost of services, insurance is going up, minimum wage is going up. You know, we all have to be cognizant of that, but there's a lot of other things that need to be taken care of before we just, unfortunately, give away the farm. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. I don't I don't believe I suggested giving away the farm, but I am concerned about the increased costs, increased taxes, inflation, increased price of gas, and I'm concerned about that for all of our constituents. And yeah, this is a $20 a year pass if you buy a yearly pass. But it's not fair to our residents who pay property taxes and then pay again to get on the beach, and it does discourage use of the beach. Taxes always do. If you want to discourage the use of something, tax it. If you want to discourage it more, tax it more. I want to see our beach become more welcoming, user-friendly, safer, and this is the 21st century. handing out papers with beach instructions becomes a litter problem on the beach, which is significant. And there are many other ways to get information out that would be cleaner, clearer, and stick with the public more. So if there's no other discussion, I'll call the motion is to approve this new contract. Motion by Johnson, second by Post. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. So the motion passes 6-1 with one in opposition. Okay, that brings us to item 6, which is back on agreement for exchange of land owned by the County of Volusia for land owned by Dallarosa Investment Group, LLC. Clay Irvin.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. At the August 2nd, 2022 County Council meeting, staff brought forward a direction item to the County Council regarding the land swap that is before you today. At that meeting, we went over the information that's available in the packet, and direction was to bring it back and to follow through with the land swap. We have gone through and complied with all the requirements in regards to Florida statutes. Notification and publications are in compliance with those requirements. We're here to hear whatever you decide to do.
Okay, council. I'll need a motion if you want to approve this.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Johnson to approve, second by Lowry. Personally, I don't think it's the council's job to help Mr. Dallarosa to add to his holdings. He has bought land that's useless, that's not buildable. It's not our job to help him to make that useful resource. Heather Post.
So I'm pretty sure I voted against this, bringing this back when we did the initial vote to put it on the agenda. And again, I'll just restate my reasons, and that was in talking to staff and asking questions of staff about the use of the properties. Basically, what we're doing is we're looking to acquire a piece of property that can't be built on, and to keep it from not being built on. Like, I don't understand the reasoning for that. Just the fact that it could be sold again and someone could drive ATVs on it, I think that was brought up. I don't think is a useful reason for an exchange when the exchange provides the opportunity for the other piece of property, which also can't be built on to the extent I think that the owner wants to build on, and us making this exchange then makes it buildable. So we are actually contributing to the, we're not contributing to the conservation in this exchange, and that is my understanding from staff. So if staff has a different understanding, I'd love to hear it, but that is the discussion that I had about the two pieces of property. And to me, that was very basic, so I'm not going to.
Ben Johnson.
Yes, the only reason that I do support this is I know the piece of property that we're exchanging for is a major issue all the way up and down Maytown Road, and also coming in from State Road 5A from the south, of people having small parcels of property you can't do anything with. But there's a lot of activity in there, a lot of destroying of the area with four-wheelers that are coming out of Seminole, Orange County. And if it wasn't for the fact of all these green squares right here is county property. And so it's adding to county property that's around it to help kind of take an area that is being basically destroyed, and little by little we're able to conserve that and get it to the point to where maybe we can stop the use in this property that is destroying that piece of property. That's the reason I'm supporting it.
Heather Post.
I'm just going to say, you know, we say all the time we really need to listen to the advice and education of staff, and so that's what I'm going to do.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Clay, can I borrow you for a second? Can you just clarify, because I think there's some words being put into Bell's mouth. Yes or no? Are both of these properties, regardless of person's intention, which is none of our business and immaterial to this, are both of these properties non-buildable as it stands, whether they're combined by themselves or not accessible from what I understand? They're environmentally sensitive, both of them.
Right now you have 2.5 acres that are in the Howland Courier, which is an unvested subdivision, and then you have 2.5 acres in Cape Atlantic Estates, which is also a vested subdivision. Both of those cannot be developed in their current condition.
Okay. Because of the swap, though, in whatever his scenario is, I don't know, would it be able to be developed combined? You know, if the individual combined them? Because it didn't look accessible to me.
The simple combination of land does not in and of itself give him the right to develop the land. He would have to go through the subdivision process in order to prove that he has legal access and ability to apply with all zoning rules.
At which time, at this point, he does not.
I know that there's other properties that he owned. I don't know the total length.
And is this swap in the environmental corridor, is it something that we're looking, these small lot acquisitions, is something that we have done in the past?
The Cape Atlantic Estates has been a targeted area of St. John's and our Volusia small lot act.
And is it beneficial to us on the environmental side to protect this piece of land? Is it environmentally sensitive? Is there one more valuable environmentally over the other?
I'm not able to sit there and say one's valuable or anything else. What I'm just going to say is that in Cape Atlantic Estates, we've used the small lot acquisition to try and strategically purchase lands to limit development in that.
Thank you.
Fred Lowry.
Yeah, Clay, is staff recommending approval?
So this is a policy discussion. This is all at the direction of the county council.
Okay. Well, I was just looking on the sheet there on our item. Man, it says down there that recommended motion approval.
Clay, so I want to go back to what Danny Robbins just asked you, because I'm still not clear on your answer. Are we to understand that staff does not believe that this land will be developed if we make the swap?
Does it have the potential for being developed? Yes. If you look in the area surrounding it, there are homesteads that are around that have been either previously approved prior to the adoption of our subdivision regulations, and there are parcels outside the area that have gone and been able to aggregate sufficient area for the zoning requirements and come in for exempt subdivisions that were previously approved under our old ordinances prior to 2008. So someone could come in and appeal to the DRC to get the property developed, but they would have to go through the subdivision process. Sorry for the lengthy answer. It's just it's not a real clear-cut way of saying it's not a black or white, yes or no. There is a process, but it would require an appeal to the DRC.
Okay, Dr. Lowry, you were done. Heather Post.
The bottom line there is in its current state, neither are buildable. In the exchange state, it allows for, it would allow for the owner to pursue building. to pursue the building process.
Yes, ma'am. Part of the process would be aggregating the land to get enough to meet the minimum zoning rules.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions or comments, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the exchange of land, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. So the motion carries 5-2, with Post and Brower voting against. Item 7, Children and Family Advisory Board funding recommendations.
Good morning, County Chairman, members of council. Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. This agenda item is for the Children and Families Advisory Board funding recommendations for the upcoming fiscal year. It's about $2.4 million. There are 3 different categories that Children and Families Advisory Board covers. The first is our RSQ funding contracts. There's no changes recommended to these contracts. We are in the second of a 4 one-year renewal period for those contracts. We also have contingency funding. There are 6 agencies that are recommended for contingency funding. This is a competitive solicitation, and these are the CFAB recommendations. And there's no funding recommended to our regular special contracts and summer camp scholarships. This is just an overview of our RSQ categories. These are the lead agencies, and each lead agency has about 3 to 6 subcontracts underneath their umbrella, and they provide those services. This totals about $1.7 million of the total contract. The next is our contingency contracts. These are the competitive contracts that are awarded for an annual basis. These are the services that don't fall underneath the umbrella of our regular RSQ contracts, and this totals about $80,000. And then the last are our special contracts and our regular summer camp services. Special contracts is for childcare, which we partner with Early Learning Coalition. And then the second is for sickle cell services. Right now, we do not have an agency that we are partnered with, but we are actively working with the health department and also with other groups that are willing to provide these services to the community. So that will be coming back at a later date. And then summer camp scholarships, that's our regular amount that we put aside for our summertime scholarship program. And that is it.
There's 5 different contracts here. Do you have a preference if they're all approved as a group or individually? Which?
I believe you can approve them as a group.
And that's fine with.
So moved.
Motion by Gertman to approve, second by Wheeler. Discussion from council. Heather Post.
I just wanted to point out, I see the Junior League at Daytona Beach, the diaper bank program, and I was a part of that group when it started, and to find out that there is no, so number one, diapers cost a lot of money, right? A lot of money. And when you don't have money for, that's like an extra item for families that can't afford those kind of things. And to find out through the Junior League that no one, there were no services that actually provided diapers. They provide so many other things to families, but not diapers. Was incredible. And then the Junior League, I want to give them a shout out because they actually took the initiative, and Amy Story, who's actually the daughter of Dana Cool, I believe she's a Deltona commissioner, she actually took it and ran with it, and it is a phenomenal program now, and now the county is actually partnering to help fund, and it's just amazing what some community initiative can do, and especially when it gets to the point that we're partnering. So I just wanted to thank staff for partnering in that aspect. I also wanted to point out what a great job they're doing, and again, the community commitment. So.
Any other comments from council? Questions?
Oh, we already did approval, right? Yep.
We have a motion and a second. We haven't voted yet. But if there's no more comments, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 8, allocation of second year of 4-year phase-in hospital district Medicaid match cost.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So before you today is an item to seek approval of year 2 of the 4-year phased share plan for the county's contribution to Medicaid. So last year you approved a 4-year phase-in. This is the second year. And each year there's approximately a 25% shift that gets us to the end goal of the direction that you provided with the new percentages based on population and the data provided to us from the state. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Johnson. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 9, discussion and direction regarding amendments to the county's impact fee rules to ensure compliance with state law, update existing fee schedules, and add a new impact fee for emergency medical services. Clay.
Good morning, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Today we have quite an extensive discussion about this item, and joining me will obviously be Paolo Soria, who's always got my back, and Negan Camp, who is with Banesh, formerly Tyndall Oliver. These were the folks who did our study for us. They have a long history of working with Volusia County as well as all of the local governments in Volusia County in regards to impact fees. So we're going to kind of go through a quick PowerPoint presentation, and as part of that, there's going to be very specific directions that staff is going to ask that you please clarify to us. We currently have 3 impact fee ordinances. We're looking to possibly add a 4th, and all of them need major updates. Well, first of all, what we'd like to clarify exactly what is an impact fee. It's used to pay nothing. It's for capital improvements. It's needed to address new impacts from new development, and it's to maintain adopted levels of service. These are all critical elements, and you see this in the study that Banesh did for us. If you read through that, you'll see they identified what is the level of service standard, so that way they can identify what is that incremental change in demand for these various services, so that way we can come up with an accurate fee to reflect what those impacts are. It's calculated by demonstrated the additional unit of development. So it could be population, it could be parks per thousand, it could be trips on a daily basis. So there's a variety of different things that go into factoring what's got to be done in order to have a legally defensible impact fee. It will ensure additional infrastructure. The whole point behind an impact fee is that growth pays for itself. We cannot utilize an impact fee to address an existing deficiency. We cannot make them overpay for future deficiencies. All we can do is at that point in time that someone comes in for a building permit, if it's a single family home, what is the consumptions of roads, parks, fire, and emergency services will that home have is what we can charge them for. And it's also to maintain these adopted levels of service. Levels of service can be national standards, they can be across the board set by the county council. There's a variety of different reasons that you have them. One, it's to ensure that the public understands that the county council has identified what is the minimum acceptable and that we're going to be striving to maintain that. And something I'm familiar with transportation, you have level of service C, B, A. All of these reflect a flow and quantity of cars over a travel lane, vehicle miles traveled, those types of things. As I said, but it's also something that's being done to mitigate the capital cost of growth. This is something that's been resounding not just in the state of Florida, but throughout the country. Wherever you have extensive amounts of growth, you will see that the population is saying we don't want our ad valorem taxes to be utilized for this. We need to make sure that the new people coming in, the new businesses, cover those costs.
As you can see, it's also effective in high growth. When you see areas like the Rust Belt and those types of areas where you have zero or negative growth, you may have a situation where impact fees are not a viable funding source, because if you have no new development, you have new funds coming in, and then you have no need for capital expenditure. And it's just one method of utilizing. When you start looking at all of these fees require Benesh to look at what are the other methods of funding them. So again, getting back to transportation, you have gas tax. That has to be credited towards that, because again, new residents, visitors, etc., pay that gas tax when they're filling up in Volusia County, and we receive that. So therefore, it's a credit against that impact fee. We have to study our impact fees. This was based on court case law, and then recently changes to the state law, the Florida Impact Fee Act. We have to make sure that we have updated data to secure what we are doing correctly. So we update the formulas and the fees associated with the thoroughfare roads, fire, and parks. We added in the EMS, and we basically are going through and through our public hearings demonstrating that we have extraordinary circumstances. This is a very critical point. When the legislature amended and the governor signed into law a series of changes to how local governments address impact fees, one of the things they put in place was a limitation on how much you could increase it. So basically a 25% or less increase can be done, but it has to be done over a 2-year period. A local government can also increase it from 26 to a maximum of 50%, but it has to be implemented over 4 increments. It doesn't say years, but 4 increments. And it also identifies that you can do more than 50% in an increase of your impact fees if there's extraordinary circumstances, and that you go through an administrative process where you have hearings and provide that as part of your study. What you're seeing here in Volusia County, through over 20 plus years, you see that the parks and fire have not really been adjusted. As a matter of fact, there was a period of time where these were suspended. We had an economic downturn starting in around 2007 that lasted at least until 2015. So therefore, what you saw is this county council, or the prior county councils, approved a suspension of those funds. So we were not collecting them. And so what you're seeing is that in order for us to get back to that level where we would be able to say that the fee matches what the impact is, we are going to have to kind of do this true up, this upsize at this point in time because of that time frame and the period of the suspension. After this point, if we don't necessarily true it up in subsequent years, we would have to be going forward and trying to, again, justify that level of an increase. Then we also have to look at the land uses themselves. Anyone who's familiar with the study, and God bless you if you could make it through the whole study without falling asleep, no offense, Negan, but the simple fact is it's very complicated, it's heavy on numbers, and one of the things is that you have to be able to sit there and show that we've got this broken down to the correct number of land uses and how they're appropriate. So you can have medical office 10,000 square feet or less, or 10,000 square feet or more. General office. So again, we had to go back and review those to make sure that nothing has changed over the 20 plus years that we've seen with the fire and park fee, and over the last 4 years with our roadway fee. We need to talk again about legal justification. And if I get anything wrong, Paolo will be glad to jump up and let me know. But what you're seeing, this has been, this image of the dual rational nexus has been established through a variety of court cases, but also now it's established through state law. The Florida Impact Fee Act establishes how local governments can not only set, but implement and collect, but more importantly, our reporting right now is through the roof. Previously, we did not have to do as much reporting in regards to collection of funds, use of funds, and verification of what those funds are being utilized for. So there's some good things that came through it with the accounting of the local governments, but there's also some things that are going to impact whether or not we can continue on doing business as usual. And that's what we outline later on. We have to obviously use most recent and localized data. This is where Banesh, having an understanding of this area, came in and was able to utilize a lot of the data that we provided, as well as data that's available through our TPO, through the state, and those types of places, to ensure that we have accurate data that reflects what's going on in Volusia County. If the county council, at the end of the day, decides to have an increase in our fees, that increase cannot take place for 90 days after the ordinance is approved. This is similar to what happened with the last time we did an update, which was in 2018, where that was approved back in December, but was not effective until March. Here's something that we've done as part of our ordinance, but is now state law. You cannot collect the impact fee until the CO is being issued. Other places have been requiring the impact fee be collected at issuance of building permit. That is not the case anymore. The rational nexus in regards to collection and expenditures. If you are paying an impact fee in, say, Zone 1, which is the northeast area, you should be receiving the benefit in that area. So therefore, the monies that we as a county collect need to be expended in that benefit district. There's a discussion about prior debt. In other words, we cannot obligate future payers of impact fees for prior debts. The big problem that we also see is that with regards to challenges, which do occur, is that the previous standard where it was called deferring to the local governments is no longer the case. We have the burden of proof to prove that we are correct and accurate in our study, in our procedures, and in our ordinances. And again, I talk about the accounting of the collections and expenditures. Realize if right now, under our current ordinances and the future ordinances, which we will have to process, there's a certain time frame that if you don't use that impact fee, you have to refund it back to the payer. Again, it's tied to the permit submission now. We in Volusia County, up until the state law was changed, would charge the impact fee at the time of CO. So if you were in a situation where you submitted the building permit, we changed it, now it's a new fee with the CO, you were paying the higher fee. That's not the case anymore. State law prohibits us that. It has to be tied to when you submit for the building permit. We have to provide credits for a dollar-for-dollar basis for contributions or exactions. So anytime that we see someone doing like a prop fair share agreement, anyone doing construction in lieu of impact fees or dedicating land, we have to give them a dollar for dollar. And so in the past, our previous ordinances said, you paid us $1 million in 2018. We're just going to say you have that same $1 million, but if the impact fees went up, you got less number of homes, you got less square foot of building area that would be covered by it. We can't do that anymore. Once you pay into these contributions, we basically lock you into that impact fee schedule. So however homes you could get for $1 million in 2018, you will get until all of those credits are gone. So that again impacts us in that future use of credit will be paying less because of us having to honor that. We had these 4 impact fee zones for both fire, parks, and thoroughfare roads. They're still in existence. We have limitations that we cannot use the fees or the credits outside of that. We did allow for some transfer between Zone 1, which is the northeast, primarily Ormond, Holly Hill, Daytona, and portions of Port Orange, and Zone 2, which is Port Orange, New Smyrna Beach, etc. Now they can go adjacent, no problem. We cannot restrict them. So what does that mean? That means that anyone who is in Ormond Beach and has excess credits can sell it down to Zone 2, but also over to Zone 4, which is the Pearson area, the northwest area, because they're adjacent. So that has a little bit of impact in regards to our operation. There's a benefit in that the credits could be expended quicker, so therefore we'll see those used up, and so then we can start collecting more money or those. But it does kind of allow for credits that would otherwise be used in that zone being transferred out to other areas. Here's the case law that establishes the idea of the rational nexus. And sorry for droning on, but this is a critical part, because basically you have a situation where we can't charge more. There has to be this nexus that if I'm coming in with a home, what is it actually consuming? What does it need in regards to parks, fire services, and roads? And what we're also proposing, EMS, we can't charge more than that. And we can't address the deficiencies, and we can't address any of the maintenance requirements. Impact fees are very specifically and very narrowly defined. So these court cases give that idea, first of all, solidifies what it means in the courts, and also gives local governments a great deal of guidance as to how they can implement these proposed ordinances. Going quickly through this, and Negan will definitely let me know if I do anything else that's out of line. The Benesh study is a consumption model. There's two ways of doing things. You can do a consumption, which is talking about how much a home, a square foot of a building would consume, or you can try and base it on some capital expenditures and those types of things. Those are not necessarily as defensible as the consumption basis, and so therefore this is consistent with what we've been doing since 1986 here in Volusia County. We've got local reports, so we know we check that box in regards to the review by the state. We've got acceptable methods of estimating functional population. Functional population is a critical element for our fire and EMS impact fees. The reason being is you take your permanent population, but that's not who's here every day. You have visitors, you have businesses where people are employed in Volusia County but live in other parts. So it's important that you make sure that you have that capture of what is your functional population, especially for non-residential uses. And then the capital needs and uses, those all came from our staff. We were all in there talking with Negan about what she needed. Her staff was contacting us on a regular basis to get an ideas of how much land costs, how much our construction costs were for everything from parks to roads to a new fire station to EMS, what they have to have. They talk about the consumption. This is the maximum defensible fee that we can charge. We want to make sure everybody understands this is an estimate that our consultant has gone in using their experience, their understanding, saying that yes, to Volusia County, we've looked at all these different factors, and so therefore right now this fee is the maximum you could charge. And it's legal, we can believe that it is legally defensible. As we get into the presentation, you'll also see that they provided us with a comparison of how we sit with other counties. The reason why we use counties and not cities, I want to make sure everybody understands, is that the scope of many of the cities' impact fees are nowhere near what we're dealing with. You have to remember that the road program for Holly Hill is not going to be the same thing as the road program that you have for Volusia County. The fire needs of Volusia County may not necessarily translate to what's going on in some of the other cities. So we believe that a comparison with the counties gives us the best apples to apples comparison. Let's talk about EMS. Right now that is a new fee. It would be a one benefit zone. In other words, not the 4 different zones that we currently have for fire, but would be the entire county inclusive of the cities. So this fee would be charged for new development occurring in the cities as well. I want to make sure. So right now we only have one impact fee that is being charged in the cities, and that's our thoroughfare roads. If County Council directs us to go forward with the EMS, we would be looking to see whether or not you want us to do that as well with the cities, and it would be handled that way. What you're seeing is that we're using a 2,000 square foot single family residential for across the board comparison. There are some severe increases with fire that we'll talk about, but with EMS, because it's a new fee, the rate is relatively low. and we feel it's acceptable and it can help us provide for capital needs. As you can see, we're talking about $70 for a 2,000 square foot home. They range from $142 to $39 in other counties. Collier and Polk are higher. Brevard, Citrus, and Flagler are lower. One piece of caution with Brevard, if you look, their rates have not been increased since about 2005, so there may be a time lag there as well where they're facing a similar situation as we are. In regards to fire, that is jumping up to $597. They range from $54 to $738 with our comparative counties. As you can see, Flagler and St. John's, which have two of the newer rates, Flagler is 2021, St. John's is 2018. Brevard, again, I believe that was 2005. So we are in the upper, I would say, 60% in regards with the fire. But otherwise, we are still kind of in the mid-pack. We're not the highest. In regards to parks, this is again going from up to $1,208 proposed for Volusia County. As you can see, this is wide ranging from $200 roughly to $3,600. And again, we are smack dab in the middle with our proposal. I failed to reference that if anybody's following along, this is based on information that's on page 53, table 4-13. And I'll go backwards real quick. If you're looking for fire, that's on page 18, table 2-9. And if you're looking for the EMS, please go to page 34, table 3-9. And that will give you more information about the comparison that was done by Banesh for this part. Lastly, roads. You're seeing 5464 proposed. Again, it ranges from roughly $2,000 up to $16,000 worth of impact fees in other counties. Again, I wouldn't say dead in the middle, but we're in the upper 60%, where Osceola, Orange, and Pasco have higher rates. Brevard, again, who has not necessarily adjusted their rates in a long time, but then Citrus, Flagler, Lake, Marion, and Seminole all are lower than us. The proposed rate. Yes,
Did you
sir.
pause for a second? Did you want to ask your question now?
I did. So, and it's actually not a question. I just wanted to point out something. While we're thinking of everything that you're saying, you keep saying that some of these are in the 60 percentile in terms of fees. But I just wanted to point out to everyone as they're contemplating that we are 10th and 11th in land mass and population out of 67 counties. So we are up here. And the fact that we're 60th should not change anything. Or can be considered too much. Thank you.
Again, comparisons are done basically to give us an idea of where we are in regards to our neighbors. And what we're seeing is that we're consistent with what we see our neighbors do. That's the primary goal of what we're
Very thankful for the information, for sure. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Yes, these are real projections on some of the impact fees that would be charged by the different type of uses. One thing we want to point out that we feel is a benefit, and actually was brought up back in 2018 when we were going through the thoroughfare road impact fee update. Could we do a tiering for our single family? Because there was a belief that the larger homes should have a higher fee and the smaller homes should have a lesser fee, just simply because the concept of economies of scale and basically the ability to have more cars, etc. We did not necessarily have the implicit data at that time to support that. Banesh was able to come forward with this information, and so we do have a tiered system for our single family residential and multifamily coming in here and trying to show what's going on so that way anything under 1,200 square feet is actually seeing a reduction in their fees of 1.15%, or a grand total of $72.50. Single family over 3,000 square feet, which these are both sides of the spectrum, are seeing a 30% increase roughly, where it's going up to where previously it was 6,300, it will be 8,100. Multifamily had a similar level of increase, where again, this is for a 1 to 3 story multifamily site. It's going from $4,000 per unit to $5,000 per unit. an increase of roughly $950 or 23%. One issue about residential, we understand as we went through our affordable housing workshops and came up with our final report that one of the tools that we do have as a local government to help facilitate low income families and housing for them is the waiver of impact fees. The state of Florida has taken away the requirement that you would have to basically reimburse your impact fees from your general fund, because up until the Florida Impact Fee Act was created, that was case law. Now, what they're saying is for affordable housing, local governments can just outright waive the impact fees. That will be coming as a separate ordinance to you once we are working through that with our colleagues in community assistance. So this gives you an idea of what's happening with the residential world. Here's what's happening in some of the non-residential. We talked about medical office. You're actually seeing for the smaller medical offices a reduction of approximately 22%. For fast food restaurants, they are one of the ones that were hit the hardest. They have an 18% increase. Manufacturing saw a 50% increase where they went from 1760 to 2629. Hospitals went up 175%, going from roughly $2,300 per square foot to $6,300 per square foot. Office saw a 40% increase, and churches saw a 65% increase. Again, and this is per 1,000 square feet, going from $1,500 to $2,500. So now we get to the point of direction. We've identified what the overall needs for an impact fee are. We've talked about the changes in the statutory requirements. We've talked about some of the ideas behind the numbers. And again, please, if you have a chance, please look at the report. It's very thorough. It provides a variety of background information. And so now we need to be able to get information from you as the county council where you want to go from this point forward. So we're going to bring up several critical points. Amendments to the procedural and operations in Chapter 70 have to proceed regardless to the changes of the fee. If y'all told us today, don't do any kind of increase or change to the fees, we would still have to bring back an ordinance to you for all of the existing impact fees to make sure we're in compliance with state law. So that's addressing all of those issues I brought up about when you give them credits, how you collect, all of that. Now, as we went through this, we were talking about some of the changes to the impact fee zone. We currently have 4 impact fee zones for all of our impact fees: thoroughfare roads, parks, fire. We are proposing instead to maintain 4 for parks that are local and also for the thoroughfare roads. We're looking at for EMS and fire that the county as a whole would be one district. We also are looking for some adjustments in the thoroughfare roads so that way the boundary of Port Orange could be moved north. The reason why we're doing all of this is that fire and EMS are basically a rolling service. So if you have something called from southeast, something from southwest would roll over to pick up for the fire. EMS is countywide. So that identifies the changes there. All right, and as far as the changes to the thoroughfare roads, we are looking that Port Orange needs to be adjusted to the north. That way it's tied into more of that Port Orange, New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater area, because we're seeing the traffic patterns and overall needs and consumption based on that making sense. So as we go through this, we're going to kind of ask right now, first of all, with EMS, is this something that the county council wants us to pursue? If you do you want us to pursue at the rates that are identified in the study? And do you have a problem with it being countywide? And depending on what fee you decide on, do you want it to be implemented all at once or phased in over?
Heather Post.
Mr. Chair, so we have 7 total questions that we need to give direction on to staff, and I'm going to suggest that we actually go one by one through them and give approval on each one. So, so if we could start with number one. Number one is simply making the amendments that are required by law, correct? So
Correct.
there's zero question as to whether or not that needs to happen. So I will move approval on number.
You're making that motion. Is there a second on number one? Motion by Post, second by Wheeler. Any questions on that one? All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Just for everybody who
Procedural.
may be following, there's a memorandum that's dated September 20th. It's included in the agenda packet. That is where these questions are coming from, so that way if anybody's following along, they can see where we're at. Question 2, does the county council seek to increase the fire impact fee as contained in the Benesh report?
Is there a motion? You said at the beginning of this that, how did you say it? Purpose of an impact fee was to match the impact so that growth pays for itself. Growth isn't paying for itself right now. Impact fees aren't paying for the growth. I think it's pretty clear that we need to adjust impact fees to even approach that. And I'm going to have more questions about that as we go along, but fire is certainly one of those where we need to continue to upgrade fire services, add personnel so that there's more than 2 people in the station on a truck. I don't know how we can avoid that. Heather Post.
So this is not the fire fund. I want to be very clear on that. This is simply the impact fees.
Right.
In of itself. So I just want to make that very clear for the public because I had someone thinking that it was the same. So I want to be very clear that these monies are not part of the fire fund. However, you know, we're very aware that the fire fund is grossly lacking and that we haven't, that's one area when we do the millage that that's the one that we typically do not touch to try and reduce it all, simply because we've got to have an increase in those services and the money is not there. So on the specifically to impact fees and in regards to addressing the increase in development and the increase in need for services, I'm going to move approval on the county increasing the fire impact fees as contained in the Benesh report, pointing out that they have not been adjusted since 2002, those impact fees.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Post, second by Gertman.
I do have a question. Clay, on, can we pull up the single home, the 3-tier page again? Okay, and then the next page for the medical offices, those were the only 2 that were minus or deficited, right? Out of all of that were
For the
lower.
most part,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so going back to the previous page for the single family homes. Okay, so quick question there since we're on it. This is the study that's proposed, but we know that we know with the impact that we're having tremendous problem keeping up with infrastructure and the roadways. So is it possible to not minus the thoroughfare roads on those 2 areas?
Okay, for the thoroughfare roads, no. What the methodology is very clear.
It has to that's
They
what
have to be
that's what I specifically wanted to address. Okay, so we either approve this methodology or we don't.
What it is if you want to by impact fee categories, so by fire, you want to increase the fire fee, but you don't want to do 100% of what's recommended by Banesh, that is within your duty or powers. But whatever you do, you have to do uniformly to all land uses. So if it's a 50% increase, it applies to all. You can't pick and choose land uses. So therefore, it's like, okay, we'll increase single family, but we'll decrease warehousing. We can't do that. It's a uniform approach to all of them. So whatever percentage change you make in the fee for that particular impact fee category has to be consistent. And then as far as phasing it in, you have basically a 4-year period.
Right.
So therefore, for example, if you just wanted to increase these by 50% consistent with state law, and you wanted to phase it in over 12.5% over the 4 years, that could be done without necessarily finding extraordinary circumstances. If, however, you want to increase that 100% and do it over a 2-year period, you would have to find that there's extraordinary circumstances that require us to go through this to increase the fee to right size it.
Okay.
Danny Robbins.
And Clay, can you clarify for me? I see the fees going up potentially 65.32%, then 133.47%. And I'm with Chair Brower on this, that we need to properly fund our fire up department. Do we have, and I know they've supported council and council's budget in the past, but what is the defined extraordinary circumstance to go up potentially 133.47% in that area? We're actually going down the whole list here. Do we have a specific definition, or is there anybody from the community that?
Well, Paolo's here, Negan is here, and basically what we're saying is this. With both fire and parks, what you see is that there's a 20-year lag between the last time they were touched. Also adding to that was a period of time where we didn't collect them, and then we collected them at a reduced rate for 2 more years after that. This was all done to address the economic downturn that was occurring. And so therefore, where we made adjustments previously to assist with the local economy, we are now having to true that up at this point, because in the future, being able to catch up will become more and more difficult given the state restrictions on 25% and 50% increases over a staged time.
So, to my understanding though, so we're punishing the new people for things that were not done in the past and increasing them by a gazillion %. And then we expect things to remain affordable, or we're pumping in gazillions of dollars into affordable housing for our young families. And this impacts everybody that's looking to come here, or young families just getting started. So I think there's a lot more to this, but I think really this extraordinary circumstances has to first be identified. What exactly are our deficiencies within each group specifically? Because the easy way to do this is to just nod our heads and like a Gumby and just approve things without going through in depth each and every one before we just vote yes to another fee or to another tax that's going to be paid by somebody that trickles down to the homeowner. That's it.
Heather Post.
So I would just like to point out under the single family for affordable housing, this actually decreases the impact fees, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So
For
for
smaller
affordable
units.
housing, what we are proposing is actually decreasing that burden on the families for affordable housing. Thank you.
But is it passing that burden on to somebody else?
It's lowering the impact fees. So I'm not sure where you're saying that it's increasing the burden.
Let me clarify. The numbers that you see have been calculated across all the land use categories consistent. So all of the factors that go into it, our capital needs, our expanding population, the cost of our raw materials and design and everything else that's needed to do so. We also factor in credits. So whatever taxes, whatever additional fees that we may get from other sources, such as gas taxes, are factored into it so that these fees reflect a uniformed, consistent method of assessing the impact based on those individual land use.
Let me ask a question about, I know we're on fire, but just looking at the charts, if you look at thoroughfare roads, the impact fees, if there's anything that's impacting the residents of Volusia County, we hear it all the time, is traffic, sprawl, congestion. And I was really surprised when I saw this, that it's the least amount of increase is for thoroughfare roads. Now, of course, the EMS is 100% because it's new, but fire's up, parks are up 80, 111%. Roads are up 14% or down. How?
Because we just updated them in 2018, and we included in a CPI in the calculation with that. So the fact is that we did our true up in 2018 of something that had been in place since 2002. So now we're basically, that's why you see parks and fire, which have not touched, seeing such dramatic increases.
It's still hard to understand. Every agenda meeting I've ever had, if there's a road on there, prices have skyrocketed, and I hear it constantly that petroleum's up. All the materials are up if you can get them, that everything is skyrocketed. So it just, the numbers are the numbers. It just seems surprising to me that roads, which is one of our biggest needs, is the smallest increase. And
well, that's for residential. If you start looking at some of the commercial, you'll see that there were some sizable increases. Look at, thoroughfare roads increased almost 50%. You look at the hospitals, they increased 166%. Churches increased 70%, office 35%. And I can tell you, we did not put fast food restaurants or convenience stores with gases. Those went up considerably. So
that was on the previous, right? The fast food restaurants?
I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah.
it went up 9.5%, so it went from 47 to, but again, that's per 1,000 square feet. So what you can expect is that a typical fast food restaurant with somewhere of around 3,000 to 5,000 square feet is going to be paying upwards of 160,000 up to 225,000, maybe 250,000, depending on the final size. So again, you are seeing an increase, and when you start seeing that increase, not just on a per 1,000 basis, right. That's where it really impacts.
Yeah, and I understand the argument that it could look like that we're punishing new people from coming here. I don't see it that way. I think we're punishing the people that have lived here for a long time with the increased impact to our community. At some point, we have to catch up. We've cut fees. We didn't collect them for a while. And so, yeah, it's unfortunate that now there's a large increase to it. But if we don't do it now, we will never get ahead of this. We'll never get ahead of the impact. And we're going to hear the complaints forever. Traffic. I don't have an ambulance when I need it. That's not the case. We don't want it to be the case. So, Ben Johnson.
Mr. Brown, like you, what I hear most is roads, and we have some pretty good increases here. Fire, yeah, EMS, absolutely. Something we might want to think about is, what do we want to do with the parks to kind of maybe mitigate this, like Danny was talking about a little bit, because one is building parks then equates to building personnel to take care of them, but almost all of our new subdivisions, et cetera, we're requiring open air, open lands. We're already doing that. We have ECHO, which was a voted-in tax that takes care of these parks, that does do that. So we might want to look at maybe mitigating with parks a little bit, because we're already there pretty well, and concentrate on the big ones that we absolutely know we have to do, but by the same token, can mitigate a little bit of the overall impact.
Danny Robbins.
Jeff, believe it or not, I agree with you. The roads, I was surprised to see that they were considered, because that's kind of what I hear is our roads and their infrastructure. But what I was getting at earlier was, we'll use fire for an example. If we've identified our needs, if our goal is to get 3 people to a truck, for instance, if that's what they want or that's what they're looking for, the direction they want to go, do those percentages that have essentially gone up past that threshold, are we overcharging to meet that goal in these specific areas? And I think that's what's making it difficult. Same thing for parks. Like Ben was saying, can we mitigate or play damage control in some of these other areas? Because we can't forget that we just had the people voted in Volusia, Echo, and Forever that addresses parks, because ultimately we're paying for a lot of this stuff, and I just don't want to be counterproductive or take more money in some of these areas, because my number one complaint that I hear is roads. Even though we're unincorporated Volusia, we get a black eye for a lot of what the cities does, we still have to address it, and I still think that's number one what I hear. Some of this other stuff, I think we really need to drill down and look at the specific needs and charge accordingly and whatnot. But I agree with you on the roads, Jeff.
Clay, you're still down there?
Yes, sir.
We're going to get back to fire here in a second, but if we did something like that, if we left out local and district parks, when could we visit it again?
Well, by state law, you can only increase your fees once every 4 years. You can decrease them at any point in time, no delay in that. But basically, we could revisit these next year, go back and just have a one-off study on the parks and look and see if we want to look at them at that point in time.
Do we have to pay for another study?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just one point, that impact fee, the administration fee, does pay for the update. So we are able to utilize impact fees to pay for the administration. So that does include updates to the studies.
Okay. Hopefully, let's get back to fire. I know there are several people that want to speak. Ben, is this an old? Okay. Dr. Lowry.
Yeah. If I understand right, we have to do this across the board. We can't pick and choose different ones to do more here or less there. I want to be sure I understand that correctly.
Let me kind of pick up what I heard. We want to do 100% thoroughfare roads. We feel that's necessary. We want to do 100% fire because we see that. We see 100% EMS, but we may not want to do 100% parks. We only want to do 25%, 10%. Keep the park fee as it is and don't charge it in the city. So the fact is within the individual impact fee itself, you can deviate the amount that you want in regards to here to tell us to increase to, but you can't do it by the individual land use category.
Okay. All right. Next question.
All right. Danny Robbins.
I would like to just take something to consider. Clay, and I'm sorry for being a pain in the butt, but are these the minimums that we can charge? Because something we have to remember, federal interest rates are going up. Building is going to naturally slow down. We can charge 1,000,000%. We don't get it. And no one's, if we can't charge for it, or if they're not building, all this is up in the air. I mean, it doesn't mean a damn thing.
This is the maximum.
Yeah.
This is saying that, well, and again, it's saying based on what is the capital programming that we have in regards to cost, everything else, for the consumption based on our approved level of service, this is what you would need to be able to charge the different types of land uses.
What's our minimum?
And it's the maximum defensible rate that we could.
What is our minimal defensible rate?
0. Well,
I mean, it's your,
within reason.
there's not, again, because it's based on an adopted level of service. So if you want to reduce the level of service, then the amount that we would be charging would be dropped.
Okay.
So again, it gets back to where are we at in regards to, you know, how much do you want to utilize impact fees to fund the capital needs of future growth? Is really where,
Because things are, I mean, there's no doubt, it's within the cities, they're moving, but, you know, we're still trickling. But if you talk to any of the realtors, things are slowing down. Interest rates are going up, and this may naturally work itself out. And do some of these need to be addressed? Yes, absolutely. Roads for the number one, but I'm having a hard time, and the people in District 3, from what I hear, they don't want to pay another dime, and I'm trying to figure this out because some of this stuff is a real shock factor to everyone in the community and our future generation.
Again, this is not a property tax, it's an impact fee on new construction, new building. Barb Gertman.
Right. I was just basically saying the same thing. As Danny said, if building is slowing down and the fees are increased, it's going to adjust itself. But there's been some pretty good years here where there's been quite a bit of building that's gone on, and we haven't adjusted our impact fees. So, I mean, I would like to maybe see us phase it in, maybe, you know, look at it from a different perspective as far as.
Which one?
I'm good with fire, I'm good with EMS, because I know those services are essential, and we haven't had the investment there. So I'm 100% with that being done. The residential, perhaps we can phase in.
Can we, I apologize for interrupting, but can we, it sounds like you're for fire. Let's go down the list, like we start and get fire done.
Okay.
And then go to number 3 and we'll work all those out.
All right.
So the question for fire is, does the county council seek to increase the fire impact fees as contained in the Benesh report? And Clay's given us options. We can do 100%, we can say no, or we can phase it in. What's your pleasure?
I'm 100% on fire.
Would you like to make a motion?
I believe there's already a motion on the table.
Is there a motion already?
To accept it at 100%?
We've gone back and forth that much?
I apologize. Was that
Didn't I
post?
make it?
yeah.
Post and a second by Gertman.
I thought so.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So we're discussing that now. The motion is 100% seconded. And if there's no other discussion except for Ben Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. Brower, before we set things in stone, do we want to listen to any of the public for their input? I think it'd be a pretty good idea. I mean, you know, if we voted all in and then it's a little late for them to speak and maybe sway us.
I love to hear from the public. I don't have any public participation.
Well, I'd love to hear that.
Is there any? Okay.
And I think that's part of the question, right? We don't have any public here, knowing that we're talking about impact fees, and we don't have anyone here, you know, saying why we shouldn't be evaluating, you know, these increases, because my understanding, our impact fees are low compared to other areas. Right. We haven't had these fees. We know the impact on our communities, and I don't think anybody wants them, but I think people understand where we are. So we need to be thoughtful about it, but we need the resources to be able to meet the service needs of the community.
And what I hear from the public, and I hear it a lot, is raise impact fees to the max you possibly can. Keep raising impact fees, because people are so concerned with sprawl, congestion. Heather Post. Ben, were you done? Heather Post.
I just wanted to remind everyone that, we're saying that there's no one here to speak on impact fees, but Clay, I'm sure that Clay can attest to this. The public has spoken loud and clear on impact fees for the last several years, very, very clear. And when we actually did the proposal for the sales tax increase, the message very, very loud and clear from the public was, you're not getting a dime on sales tax until you raise the impact fees. And that was a very, very clear message from the public to all of us. So I think the fact that they're not here now is really not a show of their feelings. I think it's just, they've beat it to death.
Just for clarification, staff did a public outreach to organizations such as VCARD, the Volusia Council on Responsible Development, the Volusia Building Industry Association. We also held 2 public hearings, first on July 27th, the second on August 17th. So we've been trying to make sure that everyone is aware of those changes, and that we provided copies of the study as well, and indicated that today would be the discussion item. So we have done our best to make sure the message is out to the public.
I attended the meeting here, and same thing. I'm not saying that the public, like you said, I believe the public has made themselves clear that they expect it. But I still think we have to be balanced about how we do it, because impact fees do get passed through to the consumer. So, so it's gonna matter. So they think we're only gonna impact the developer, but
No.
it still trickles down.
Yeah.
So, so I still think we have to be thoughtful about how we apply it.
The developer's not paying the impact fee, the homeowner or the hospital.
Except for single family under 1,200.
We do have a member of the public that wants to speak, but Fred?
Well, I was just going to say, I was here for the last impact fee debacle. And I think the public spoke very clearly through that time. I don't feel he was here or not, but anyway, I think the public certainly wants us to raise these as much as we possibly. Thank
you. Danny, and then I'll call on the public that we have so far.
Sorry, Clay. You're it. Well, we get an opportunity. You had mentioned with each one of these fees, when it came to affordable housing, that would have the option to waive this. What I'm looking at is, if we are going to make this jump, and it's going to be for everybody, it needs to be for everybody. Will we get an opportunity to vote on that separately, or is that just something as proposed, or when it comes up in front of this council per situation?
The discussion with affordable housing was, how would you do it in a manner that would have a meaningful duration? And being very point blank, with single family fee simple ownership, if you waive the fee, but there's nothing in there to ensure that the subsequent sale of the house is protected to ensure it remains affordable, then you've not really sustained an affordable unit. Our goal is to put in place a set of rules and regulations that assures that that unit will remain in a viable, affordable situation for a set period of time, be it 15, 50, whatever time frame, so that way we know that the waiving of those fees will hit the intended intended direction of providing for affordable housing long term. So yes, you'll look at the ordinance that's going to be putting that in place, the criteria that we're going to be utilizing, and then that would be applied administratively, conceivably at this point, if however the council wants those waivers. The whole idea was to try to minimize the time they would have to go through that, but that can be directed at that time.
I just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity for affordability, because as we know, affordable housing is government subsidized housing. So ultimately,
other people are, as other people had put it, winners and losers here. I want to take that out of the equation the best we can. So if one person has to pay for it, and we're trying to make everything affordable overall for our people in Volusia County looking to come here, it has to be equal, and that's kind of where I'm focused on across the board as equality here, where we need to come up with a set standard if that's the direction we're going, and not pick and choose. Thank you. I'll shut up.
Heather Post.
I just want to be very clear. I think there's maybe a mixed message there. Affordable housing is absolutely not government subsidized housing. Affordable housing is affordable housing for the people that live in your community, for the social workers, the cops, for the people that live in the community. That's the definition of affordable housing. It is absolutely not, HUD or it's not only government subsidized housing. It's simply making houses affordable. So I want to be very clear on that definition, and that is the direction and the push that we've had in these conferences and seminars and everything else that we've had. So thank you.
Ben Johnson.
I think when it comes to affordable housing, workforce housing, we can kind of write that in like we want to do it. I really do. So I think we're kind of all in agreement about that. So I think we're kind of beating that dead horse to death, because I think we all want that. So we need to just get it, what's at hand here, and get those taken care of.
Yeah.
And also, I agree that the public has spoken in the past about impact fees.
This is a good time to hear from Doyle Lewis, who I think is going to speak on that subject of affordability. Doyle, if you want to come down and just tell us where you're from, and you have 3 minutes to share with us.
Thank you, Volusia County. My name is Doyle W. Lewis. I've spent my life building buildings, working on towns, running equipment. When the downturn came, it came because of people not understanding. When the downturn came, the people in control probably got sick and died because they couldn't understand what they were doing. I'm talking about impacts of a community, of the United States. I live and breathe in front of you because life happens. You can't control that. Tell me you can. I'm a builder that was put out of business by a community that didn't understand what I was trying to do. When this county came shut down by a virus or a man-made misunderstanding, everything changed. You can't go back. If you can show me, there ain't nothing the same. When you're building a residence, there's a certain amount it costs per square foot under AC. That means anything controlled by a piece of equipment. And that's how you should look at this, to simplify it. Everybody's going to pay for it one way or another. You can sit there and say they're not. But when your neighbor is paying for it, so are you. Tell me I'm wrong. My name is Doyle Lewis. Tell me I'm wrong if your neighbor ain't paying for it just because you are too. You are. Now, as far as firefighters, EMTs, almost all of us would be dead right now without them. They need to be funded 100%. And they also need the opportunity to have people in training that can be just volunteers, so they can become one because they want to save lives.
I don't know what the misunderstanding is about EMT and firefighters. Thank you. I've got a lot more to say.
Thank you. Another request to speak from the public, Suzanne Schreiber.
Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach. I stayed specifically today for this item, and otherwise I probably would not be here. I attended the East Volusia Impact Fees meeting, and I watched the West Volusia Impact Fees meeting on video. I didn't attend that one in person. I'm a little dumbfounded by how long the impact fees conversation has been going on, because the public has weighed in. The fact that you think there's no one here today, I don't understand why we have to keep coming and coming and coming. I almost didn't stay, but I thought I'm staying here for this. I think they've weighed in more than once.
Can I clarify? I was speaking of developers, not
thank
the
you.
public. Thank you.
But I wasn't directing that directly at you. I was just saying in general. Overall, I did ask a question at the East Volusia meeting. I asked, I understand that it's what the impact fees go for, but I asked if there was a county-wide plan for the items that are on that list, and I didn't get an answer. I said, does that mean the answer is no? Capital improvement projects for all those items is not a county-wide plan. I don't view it as a county-wide plan. So I don't personally want to pay for growth. I'd like to see a long-term county-wide plan for all the items on the list. And I would hope that you do raise the impact fees. I think that it's been a long time coming. So that's basically it. Thanks.
Dr. Lowry.
Clay, I wanted to ask a question. All right, we already approved the fire guy for 100%.
No, we didn't vote.
We haven't voted on it. All right, let's say we do. How does that get implemented? Does it get 100% or does it get phased in?
That's up to y'all. That can be the second question that you have about the fire fee, is that, and maybe what we do is we go by each one of the fees and say, do you want to do 100% of the cash report? And if whatever percent, or the 4 fees, whatever amount you want to increase, you have to make a determination if you want to do it immediately, which we can put together the ordinance as soon as the ordinance is in front of you, and if it's adopted, it's 90 days from that time frame. Or you can phase it in over 1, 2, 3, 4 years. The reason why we're saying 4 years is because the state has limited us to our ability to increase the fees to once every 4 years. So that's where we're basically looking at 4 years from now, I'll be standing in front of the council talking about an updated report about on the same basic topic. Because again, we have to make sure our ordinances are consistent, and that means making sure we're doing updates on a consistent basis as well.
And I just want to also make it clear that this is not on the backs of current residents. This is future construction as it comes in and so forth. I guess I'll throw this out there and see what my colleagues think. But I'd like to amend the motion to go ahead and accept all the categories at 100% and to implement them immediately and to accept the proposed changes in the zones. I think we're beating this to death. I think we're just knock it out and go.
The amendment on the floor is for fire only. You want to amend that to include all
EMS
seven,
and parks,
all 7
to do it 100%
steps.
and to accept the changes in the zones that have been listed there.
100% all at once, all 7. Is the motion, is there a second for that? Second by Johnson? Okay, discussion on that. Not seeing any other discussion, I'll call for the vote. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Robbins? Yes. Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Gertman? Mr. Johnson, Dr. Lowry,
Yes.
Ms. Post,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. And the motion carries 7-0 across the board, 7 items, 100%, all at once.
And we'll be back with the ordinances to reflect that action.
Hold
today.
on.
Yeah,
That was just for the amendment.
how
So-
will that impact the motion? Was the amendment included the motion? I guess we kind of knocked it all out once, but do we need to
Well,
go
you
back and
did.
vote?
Oh, I would withdraw my motion then if you want to make that the actual motion, that's fine.
Amend a motion that's been
Withdrawn.
withdrawn.
So now we just have to
Go ahead and
vote.
on the other.
Now we have to vote on the
That makes it
motion,
simple.
and it should be the same vote.
Okay.
All in favor, all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Good job. Well, you must have been hungry.
No, I've been munching all morning, so.
Yes, sir.
Make sure that we are getting everything that y'all want wrapped into a nice pretty bow of an ordinance that's coming up. So it will be 4 separate ordinances for updating the thoroughfare roads, the parks, and fire, adding EMS at the rates that were identified in the Benesh study, basing the service areas on the Benesh study, which will result in the thoroughfare roads continuing to be charged in the cities, the district parks being charged in the cities, and the EMS being charged in the city.
That was my understanding.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
How about a break, council?
Yes.
All right. It's 12:45. We break for lunch until 1 p.m. Until 2. Lunch is right back there.
1:45.
Well, it needs to be a minimum of an hour, right?
About 1:45.
You have to hobble. We're going to take an hour for lunch.
Okay.
Rolling. Speed.
Picture it. The year was 1986. President Reagan was in his second term in office. Gas, it was less than $1 a gallon. The New York Mets won their second World Series. And 1986 was also the year of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster.
In popular culture, the Olsen twins were born in 1986. The first Top Gun movie was on its way to winning the top box office ranking of the year. Madonna's Papa Don't Preach
All right, Kevin.
reached #1 on the pop charts, and the Oprah Winfrey Show made its national debut. And here in Volusia County, some 36 years ago, another kind of debut was taking place.
The first episode of this very program, Volusia County Government's long-running public affairs show, Volusia Magazine, aired in 1986. It was the beginning of a TV discourse that helped to promote awareness of the county's programs and services, the way government functions, and the people who make it all happen. Thank you for tuning in today. This is a very special episode of Volusia Magazine, a retrospective. Really, it's the end of an era. Hello, I'm Tammy King.
And I'm Kevin Captain. Tammy and I are excited to bring you today's program as a tribute to all of the people who have played a role in beaming Volusia Magazine into your TV sets for the last 36 years.
As this show and its news and information features get ready to transition away from the original TV format, we thought it would be fun to take a look back at that inaugural Volusia Magazine show in July of 1986. While doing that, we also caught up with a couple of the previous hosts to hear their recollection of the show over the years. Let's take a look. Paired up with Betty Vernon, Tom Huser served as one of the 2 original co-hosts for Volusia Magazine. First and foremost, Tom recalls the show being educational, and not just for the viewers. Even though he was a county employee, he said he wasn't aware of all the county's programs and just how much they did to serve the public. So he learned right along with the audience.
It was educational for me because I learned a lot. There were just a lot of things that I didn't know that existed here in the county, of very, very interesting things.
Back in the early days co-hosting the show, there wasn't a lot of time for rehearsal. You were handed a script, and then just a few minutes later, the camera started rolling.
We were given a script, and we both had an opportunity to read the script and kind of interact, real quick before the show started. But that was basically it.
Tom remembers the show being a lot of fun, but with a serious purpose, to report to residents what was going on in their government.
I would hope that people gained a greater sense and appreciation for what their tax dollars are doing and what the county and its employees do for the public. I really hope that it was informative for those, as informative as it was for me.
Back in July of 1986, that first installment of Volusia Magazine included features on the Sheriff's K-9 Division, the airport, mosquito control, and fire volunteers. Now, Tom hadn't seen that first show in more than 30 years, until he sat down with us for a nostalgic look back at the inaugural episode.
Wow, look at that, look at that. I got a waistline.
While he enjoyed the experience, Tom was never really sure how he was chosen to be one of the show's first co-hosts.
I don't know how it happened. I just remember getting a call and asking if I would be interested. I talked to Dave about it, and he said, he was introducing the idea and said, would I be interested in hosting the show? Sure. So, that's pretty much how it happened.
So someone else wrote the scripts for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You came in and
Yeah.
and read them?
Mhm.
Did you have a teleprompter?
No,
No
Teleprompter, did they have them back then?
For those who want to take a look at that history-making first episode, it's posted online on the County of Volusia's YouTube channel.
Mr. Huger, thank you so much for being a part of this last show for Volusia Magazine. Thank you for everything you and Betty did to get the show off the ground, and it certainly has been a beautiful show for all those many years for our residents.
Well, I thank you for the opportunity to come back and relive history. This has been great.
Another former co-host, Donna Butler, fondly remembers her approximately 5 years of reading the news and introducing the segments of the show.
I love the program because not only did it showcase our county, government, but it showcased things going on in our community within Volusia County. But nobody else was doing it. And I think that's one of the reasons why it got so many rave reviews from the community.
Back when she was associated with Volusia Magazine, Donna describes the competitive process that resulted in her being selected as the show's new host.
There were 3 or 4 of us at that time, and they made us compete. And we all had to come in and read a script and on the teleprompter, and then from there they decided which one of us was going to get it. And I guess I was the lucky one.
The value and importance, particularly in the days before the internet, of how Volusia Magazine opened the doors of county government. Well, it can't be overstated. As Donna puts it,
and I always feel like an informed citizen is a better citizen.
So what's the legacy of Volusia Magazine?
It's an honest, open story about what county government is really about. And it's really cool. We do amazing things here at Volusia County, and I don't think people realize how much we do. They know we pick up their garbage, they know we fix the roads, they know some of those basic things, but they haven't heard about Volusia Forever or ECHO in the way that it's shown in one of these stories. They haven't heard about some of these grant programs and the benefit that it really makes in the folks' lives so much, and that's the legacy.
When we come back, we'll be taking a look in the rearview mirror.
I had the opportunity to do some stories that I would have never been able to do if it weren't for Volusia Magazine, like flying on a trapeze.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
Let's go!
There are so many great places to explore.
And things to learn.
We have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation. Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
If you talk to the people, both in front and behind the camera, who have helped produce Volusia Magazine, they'll tell you that it's been fun, it's been challenging, it's been rewarding, a real labor of love. We talked to a few of those people responsible for the show, and here's what they had to say.
To tell those stories on Volusia Magazine using video and people and actually seeing in the field where they were was ahead of its time.
It was more like a documentary style of production, where we would go out and shoot 5-minute packages during the month, and we would have probably 4 packages all shot on location. And it was really the style of production that I like. You can't talk about the history of Volusia Magazine without mentioning the name Bob Wintz. Bob was there from the very beginning, serving as the show's first producer and director. Back then, it was a one-person operation putting the program together. There were some cynics at first, but Bob wasn't one of them. I had some previous experience doing this. I felt confident that I could pull it off. It was sort of like a straightforward storytelling session. Eventually, the show got an associate producer, Jeff Crumley. The duo of Bob and Jeff were Volusia Magazine's tag team for years, starting with a minimal budget, some borrowed equipment, and a knack for finding good stories. Over time, the production value improved and the storytelling got more sophisticated.
It's kind of neat to see where the show began and what we were able to do with the money that we didn't have or the budget and to make it work. As the time went on and technology got better, we were able to improve on that.
As the show evolved, many others became content producers over the years.
And they all look back at their contributions to Volusia Magazine with a mixture of pride, joy, and reflection.
It really did have far-reaching effects for quite a long time, especially in the earlier years before all of the social media came on board.
It was a learning experience for me, one of the best experiences I've ever had.
There were foodie stories, stories about county budget, recreational facilities, local businesses, and things to do and see in the community. But when reminiscing over the program's past, for many, what seems to stand out is the fun, the funny, the quirky, and the downright silly. And there were plenty of those moments.
I had the opportunity to do some stories that I would have never been able to do if it weren't for Volusia Magazine, like flying on a trapeze with the circus. Scary, might have had to bleep a few words in there, but that was much more difficult and scary than I thought.
When I would be interviewing guests, and some of them were friends of mine through county government, and we would just have kind of giggle fits in between our questions, and the audience wouldn't know because that was before the camera was rolling.
For some, their experiences with the show, well, they're simply unforgettable.
I was with Holly Smith one time, and we were in the Budweiser blimp over Daytona International Speedway. And we were flying around getting the bird's eye view, and it was very exciting. I'd never been on a blimp before. And that's what I liked about being a video producer of Volusia Magazine. I would get into places and get to do things that most people never get a chance to do. And so it was really a great experience until it came time for the landing. And if you don't know about blimps, they want to go up. So in order to get it down, you have to point the nose down at the ground and gun the engines and hope you can ram it into the ground, or pretty nearly. So you should try it sometime.
For everyone involved in the show, bringing Volusia Magazine to the viewers for all these years has been a fun and rewarding experience.
I feel very fortunate on what I was able to do.
The bottom line was always educating the community about the great community that we live in, and that was a joy for me.
When we return, we're going to chat with the man who was the face of Volusia Magazine for nearly 28 years.
Trains go by in the middle of the interview, and we had people yell at us, and
Hey, what are you watching? Is that Volusia Magazine?
Yeah, I love it. It's my favorite. Check out this episode.
Oh, that's very nice. I must have missed that episode on cable TV.
What's cable TV?
Oh, never mind. How did you get that on your tablet?
On YouTube, of course. That's where I get all my news and information. I can watch it whenever I want. I watched this one video of a bald guy playing baseball. You can watch it on your phone. It's so easy. Let me show you. Open up the internet. Type in County of Volusia YouTube. That'll take you to the homepage where there's over 1,000 videos about Volusia County. And you can like and subscribe, and you'll get a notification when there's a new video.
Perhaps no one is more recognizable as the face of Volusia Magazine than the county's former Community Information Director, Dave Byron. From 1988 to his retirement in 2016, Dave ensured that Volusia Magazine delivered news into residents' living rooms about the services, the milestones, the grand openings and ribbon cuttings, the election recounts, wildfires and hurricanes, and the decisions of county government that impacted our community. His interviews with the newsmakers of the day are memorable, even to this day. It wasn't easy, and the road to putting on the show was occasionally bumpy. We recently sat down with Dave to talk about what went into creating all of those shows.
It was a minor miracle that we produced this program every week. I mean, we didn't have the personnel, we didn't have the budget, we didn't have the equipment, and we just put together what we could put together.
Back in the early days of the show, it was a struggle at times to produce all that content. But they knew that with the launch of Volusia Magazine, they were onto something important that would tell and document county government in a new, fresh, and entertaining way. In fact, in many respects, Volusia Magazine was a trailblazer.
A lot of counties and cities had
public television operations, but none of them were doing a weekly program. And so we started it, and it kind of evolved over time. And the thought behind the program was, you know, the citizens of Volusia County deserve to know what county government is up to, where their tax dollars go. And really, I think that if a citizen had watched the program week over week, they really could have pretty much kept up with what the county and the county council were up to.
When the show first started out, it was produced on a shoestring budget, and the sets, well, they were rather primitive, even for the day. Some of the furnishings, they weren't exactly stolen, but the staff, they did have to get creative.
So I show up for an interview one day in the studio, I say studio, at Volusia Magazine, and I see a couple of chairs set up in the set. And I said to one of the staff people, I said, "Where'd you get those chairs?" He said, "Well, I kind of took them from the county council room." I said, "You took their conference chairs?" He said, "They'll never know." He said, "They had too many of them in there anyways." And I said, "That's kind of like stealing." He said, no, it's not. It's reallocation of county resources." So that, I mean, seriously, that's how limited our budget was. I mean, we really scraped together pieces and parts to put the program together.
As it turns out, that staffer who said they never noticed the missing chairs, well, he was wrong.
I was interviewing a county council member, and in the middle of the interview, he stops and he goes, "You son of a bee stole our chairs." And sure enough, he recognized that the chairs had come out of the back room of the county council, but no one ever said anything, so we kept them for years, I guess.
And there were other challenges.
We had trains go by in the middle of the interview, and we had people yell at us, and, you know, cameras that went out, and we had lots of equipment failures.
Despite the occasional gremlins, what stands out most is the quality of the work and the dedicated and talented staff that produced all of those shows that helped keep residents connected with county government.
I mean, it was quite the experiment up there, no doubt. And again, it was great staff people that kept it going.
Over the years, Volusia Magazine covered its share of fluff pieces and fun stuff. The county fair, the circus, features on everything from local businesses to how to carve that holiday turkey. But it didn't shy away from the hard news. As Dave reminisced about some of the high-profile stories that Volusia Magazine chronicled, his mind quickly went to the infamous Bush-Gore 2000 election recount. Dave recalls how all eyes were on Volusia County as the fate of the presidency hung in the balance.
Yes, there were some glitches in Volusia County and across the state of Florida, but they were in the scheme of things, they were very minor and very easy to explain. But because of the closeness of the race between Bush and Gore, everything was totally magnified.
Former County Councilwoman Pat Northey, who was on the council in 2000 and served on the county's canvassing board, picks up the story.
One of the most effective programs that Volusia Magazine did in my history was covering the 2000 election. That was 10 days of very intense production for them, and for those of us who were on the canvassing board, it was a very intense 10 days of counting ballots. And the fact that we proved our ballots, and the fact that we went on and became one of the few counties that was able to really produce a corrected ballot for that 2000 election was pretty remarkable. And Volusia Magazine captured every element.
Volusia Magazine has been a big part of Volusia County's history, and Dave Byron had a front row seat for nearly 3 decades.
So, you know, I don't know. We did have a lot of fun, and I felt like we were doing a good thing for the public.
Coming up, Volusia Magazine and the public.
I've had to adapt to new technology. I consume news in shorter spots, shorter pieces.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
Let's go!
There are so many great places to explore.
And things to learn.
We have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation. subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
When Volusia County first launched its own television show, it was a bold and innovative move, and no one was quite sure how it would turn out. The idea was to help create an informed and engaged community and promote public awareness and understanding about the services and inner workings of county government. But would it work? That was the million-dollar question. Next, two former county council members, Frank Bruno and Pat Northey, reflect on the impact and the legacy of Volusia Magazine.
Volusia Magazine did a fabulous job of getting that information out into the public in an understandable way, in a way that the public could consume it and take it in and make it sure and understand how it related to them.
It's been a great program. It's been very important, I think, to the citizens of Volusia County.
As former longtime county council members, Pat Northey and Frank Bruno have a somewhat unique perspective on the impact that Volusia Magazine has had on the community. And both say that by being informational and not political, the show helped promote public awareness about county government's role and all of the wonderful things to see and do in Volusia County. In essence, the show has and continues to be a video time capsule.
In a nutshell, it's history. It's really documenting all the quality of life projects. It's all the accomplishments that our government has set forward to make it a better place for Volusia County residents to live, work, and play. The best thing I could say about Volusia Magazine, in a nutshell, it's the history of Volusia County.
The format of the show was initially modeled after a 1970s and 1980s era news and entertainment TV show called PM Magazine. Frank Bruno was on the county council back in 1986 when the idea for Volusia Magazine was first hatched. And he admits there were some doubters.
At that particular time, we weren't sure how it was going to work out.
The show, however, quickly won over the skeptics. It went on to bring news of ribbon cuttings, park dedications, new courthouses and administration center, trails, roads and environmental projects, and expansion of county facilities like the Ocean Center and the Daytona Beach International Airport. In the early days, there was a segment called From the County Council Floor that reported on council actions. The show also covered the fun, the offbeat, and the quirky.
There was the serious side, and then of course there's the lighthearted side. That's what Volusia Magazine did. It captured the essence of those important stories as well as capturing the fun things that happened in Volusia County.
Both Bruno and Northey said while they've always looked forward to sitting down in front of their TV to watch the show, they agree that Volusia Magazine's transition to social media is needed to keep up with the times and the way the public gets its news and information.
Well, I really do believe that the transition from being on TV and going to social media is so important today because that's the direction everything is going in.
Tastes are changing. I'm an old woman now, but I've had to adapt to new technology. I consume news in shorter spots, shorter pieces. I consume news in different ways. My two sons are always on me about, Mom, YouTube. That's the format. You have to learn how to use YouTube, how to go onto YouTube, and streaming services. So if I can do it, anybody can do it. And I am congratulating Volusia Magazine for taking that next big step because it's going to take it through the 21st century.
So that's our retrospective, our stroll down memory lane. Kevin, what in the world are you doing in there?
Oh, hi, Tammy. I didn't even see you. For this last show, I just wanted to experience Volusia Magazine the way they did back in the original days of the show. The 80s, before the internet, back in the days of tube TVs, the Nintendo Game Boy, the Sony Walkman, hair bands, floppy disks, and VCRs. You know, to make it a totally immersive viewing experience.
Now, Kevin, that's some shiggity, because I need you. I need you, Kevin. The viewers need you, Kevin.
Okay.
I need you
All
to come
right.
back to the present now.
I get it, Tammy. Change can be scary, but change is also necessary to help keep up with the times. The good news is that While Volusia Magazine's TV show format is going away, the fun, entertaining, and informative video news stories that our viewers have come to enjoy, they're not going away. While the nearly 40-year partnership between the county and WDSC TV in broadcasting Volusia Magazine has served a wonderful purpose, the times are clearly changing. With more and more people cutting the proverbial cable cord and consuming news and information through social media platforms like YouTube and Facebook, it just makes sense for Volusia County's communications platforms to also migrate to social media. That way we can deliver more of our stories to cyberspace where the viewers already reside, instead of making them continue to come to us on their TV dial. The goal of the change is to continue finding better ways to provide information to the public using the most effective, efficient, and entertaining methods available. One of the most noticeable changes is that our video stories will become shorter in length and more whimsical in keeping with the social media format. And they'll reside on the county's YouTube channel, where viewers can watch them anytime, day or night, at home on their computer, or from the convenience of their phone or tablet. These changes will also enable us to be more timely in delivering the news to our residents where and when it happens. To reflect the immediacy and relevancy of the video stories, the Volusia Magazine name will be going away. In its place, we will be using the Volusia Today name as the umbrella for all of our video and radio news productions. Because that's what it's all about. What's happening in Volusia County today and every day.
Wow, Kevin, that is some exciting news. Although the sun is setting on Volusia Magazine, a new day is rising with Volusia Today. The future really is here and now, and I'm thrilled that we're going to continue to be a part of keeping our residents informed about what's going on in the county. With that, it's time to close the show and embark on our next chapter. So for one last time, for Volusia Magazine,
I'm Tom Huger.
I'm Donna DeMars.
I'm Amanda Sullivan.
I'm Ed Strum.
I'm Pam Tanya.
I'm Sharon Gamble.
I'm Joe Seward.
I'm Karen Stoudemire. I'm Lisa Hamilton.
I'm Patrick Zay.
I'm Dr. Holly Smith.
I'm Pat Kewen.
I'm Amber Osmond.
I'm Gary Davidson.
I'm Lisa.
I'm Trey.
I'm Heather. I'm Debbie.
I'm Tracy.
I'm Stephanie Strong.
I'm Betty Vernon.
and I'm Tammy King.
And I'm Kevin Captain. We'll see you on social media.
And remember, Kevin, have a fabulous day on purpose.
I think the legacy of Volusia Magazine is going to be how it introduced Volusia County government to the public in a very transparent way and a very easy to understand way. Volusia Magazine's legacy is one of openness, it's one of fun, it's one of seriousness, and that made people understand Volusia County government, and that's the best legacy Volusia Magazine could give, is making people, helping people to understand Volusia County.
Rolling. Speed.
think we have everybody in the room. If you want to take a minute and find your seat. Okay, it is 1:49, so we will resume with, actually, yes, the appropriate people are here. We'll resume with item 10, renewal of workers' compensation and liability policies. Dana Page Pender.
Good afternoon, Chairman, County Council, staff, Dana Page Pender, Human Resources. We're here today requesting approval of our workers' compensation and liability policies for both the county and Votran. The liability policies include excess liability policies, which help mitigate the potential impact of large claims on our self-insurance program. While we did see some decreases in premiums, there is an overall net increase of about 12.6%. And with me today are Charles Spencer, our risk manager, and Justin Anselmo for Brown & Brown, in case you have questions about specific policies.
Council, any questions for either one? Pardon me? I think I heard at the other end from Ben Johnson a motion to approve as presented.
You may.
And Barb will now be the second. Any discussion? This is going to be the easiest presentation you ever did. We stopped here on purpose. Okay, no discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Great job. And let's see if it's the same for Aaron. And item 11, publicly owned emergency medical transportation, Medicaid, managed care supplemental payment program.
Can you repeat that?
3 times, real fast.
All right, Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. So the item before you is for the PEMT MCO program. This program was expanded in 2019, and Ryan had the foresight to get us into it. It is money that is directly deposited into the EMS fund to support EMS operations. We pay $1.9 million out of the general fund to participate in this program, and then we get $4.7 million back. So we pay it to the state. There is 87 other local governments that pay into it. The state uses it to match federal Medicaid funding, and then that money gets sent back to the local partners. So
that's good math, isn't it?
It is great math.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by, was it Lowry? Or Wheeler? Or Heather? Okay. Got them? Okay. Any questions, discussions? This is good news. It was well done. And if there's no discussion, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 11. Item 11A, letter of agreement with Agency for Healthcare Administration regarding the Medicaid Managed Care Hospital Direct Payment Program.
Well done. That was another one. Laura Coleman, Assistant County Attorney. This is another program where we're using some additional funds to draw down more Medicaid dollars from the federal government. This came before you conceptually back, I think in May of this year. We created an ordinance that set up a local provider fund so that every year we can opt into this program and then we can assess the non-public hospitals within the county. So this year we're coming to you today to ask you to help let us sign a letter of agreement with the state. And if you want to do that, then sometime in October, probably the second meeting, I will bring back to you a resolution that will actually make that assessment. The draft resolution is also attached to your agenda item, so you'll see it again, but today we're just asking for authorization for Ryan to execute that letter of agreement so we can opt in this year.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler, and I will add that we have two people available from Tallahassee, Laura McDonald, Stephen Grow. If anybody has questions for them about the program, finance manager, and no question. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Where are the people that drove from Tallahassee? Yes, thank you for coming all the way.
We would love to hear
down.
from you.
Stephen Grow. I'm here on behalf of the local hospitals. Just, I apologize for being tardy trying to make it to that.
No. Excellent job. It's passed.
Great.
So
Any questions?
approved. We just approved it, and yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
So,
Thank you very much.
yeah, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Yes.
That takes us to item 12, public participation ordinance change adoption.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. I'm here today to talk to you. We're coming back before you for the public meeting ordinance change adoption. At your August 16th County Council, you gave direction. We heard that direction, and this proposed ordinance reflects council's direction. Here's your current state ordinance, or state of the ordinance regarding video or audio recordings substituted for public comment period. If you remember, this is a result of some of the comments that came in during some issues at the county last year, so we put this into the ordinance. And this next slide starts to show you what will change in that ordinance. And essentially during the public comment period, you'll see at the bottom, the following shall apply to the use of video, picture, audio recording, or any other electronic media. And then those four things are defined as electronic media used by a speaker. And these are the five kind of subsets, if you will, of the public participation ordinance that will change. You have to provide the ordinance 24 hours in advance. You have to provide the ordinance, you have to provide the electronic media 24 hours in advance. You have to provide it in a format that the clerk can put into the record. During the public participation period, the audio, if you use video, must be of the participant's voice. And the topic should relate to a matter that's likely to come before the council or is a matter before the council. And then the bottom part there just recodifies that if you're going to use video in lieu of speaking, you still have to be present and it still has to be you only in the video and your voice. And so this is the effect of the change of those five that I just went over. It ensures that any electronic media to be played during public participation is provided 24 hours in advance. It ensures that a format's provided that's acceptable to the clerk for insertion into the record. It addresses the concern that electronic media can only contain the public participant's voice, which addresses the concern about potential copyright issues. The electronic media must also relate to matters on the agenda or that warrant action by the council, and then it continues to allow the use of electronic media in lieu of speaking, as long as those three subsets are met below. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have today.
Motion to approve and accept.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Johnson. I had just a couple questions for clarification. I'm fine with most of it. I think it protects us. I do feel like it's slightly more restrictive than necessary, but maybe not after you explain it. I was comparing the changes to the current ordinance, which said that only the person, if for a video, only the person presenting the video could be in it. This says only the speaker presenting the video should speak in the electronic media. What if I can anticipate a situation where somebody presenting a video or a recording might ask somebody a question about an accident that happened on a corner, problem on the beach or whatever, that just wanted to get that person's information to us. That would not be allowed.
So when you say we wanted to get that information to us, so they were recording a video and then the person that's recording the video was coming in themselves to speak and they were showing somebody else in the video? So
yeah, and they asked the question or interviewed the person. Or
So generally at the end of the day, it's council's decision as whether you wanted to allow a video of that matter. And as I believe the council previously discussed, for issues that were about the county or matters on the agenda, for example, looking at somebody's property and somebody happens to be in the video and maybe they're talking about a flooding issue or something like that, I think that is a matter, that a video that would be allowed by this council based on the direction of what this ordinance reads. If it's somebody that's soliciting input based on questions, kind of previously that what occurred to some of the other items that or issues that came before the council in the last couple of years, I don't think that would be something that would be allowed, because that would be almost like a polling or solicitation of comments without those individuals being in the chambers at that time.
But there is some discretion.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What about
Mr. Chair, if I could just to be clear, because you're asking a good question. I just want to make sure council understands. So if you adopt what's proposed, if I came in during general public participation in the morning and I showed a video, and in that video, say I interviewed two of my neighbors on an issue and they responded, that would not be allowed during the general public participation under this rule. If it were an agenda item, like a land use item, something outside your general public participation in the morning or afternoon, that would be allowed. But just want to make sure I'm answering your question, that if there's somebody showing a video, the only voice that would be allowed during general public input would be the person who's here before you who's playing the video, if you adopt what's proposed.
I think that's unnecessarily restrictive, but I may be the only one. Before I ask that question, let me ask you one other. This is a rare, well, it used to be not so rare. During COVID, we would have people come in and have their message recorded, but it wouldn't be their voice, it would be electronic voice.
I don't see any reason that would be prohibited in this ordinance. You can still do that.
Still has recorded.
Okay.
Right. They're talking themselves or just having an automation do it on their behalf.
I think they texted and converted it to voice.
That would be allowed under this ordinance.
And stating their address, we always have the street address, phone number on the paper. This is on page 1210. I'm usually reluctant to ask people from the podium to state their address just for safety reasons. So I would really prefer to have the option of just asking them, as I usually do, can you tell us, what city you're from? Because we have a record of their address on this.
So where it says speakers shall identify themselves by name and state their address, you would like to strike state their address instead and name their general residency or city of residence or something? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Chairman?
Or both, state their address, or, because some people come up and they just state their address.
Oh,
and
or
that's
make
fine.
it a disjunctive? Okay.
And
I
either
think-
or.
You know, that's existing language in the ordinance. I think that's a policy decision of council. That issue actually has been litigated. Courts have found it to be valid for a governing body such as yourself to know those addresses so they can have an idea of respectively where those people may reside, if they're constituents or not. But you're free to take that out of the ordinance as well. So.
Barb Gartman.
Do we need to take it out of the ordinance or indicate that they need to provide it to the council? Because it comes to you in writing. You're just saying to them while they are publicly speaking on the record that they don't have to share their address.
With everybody listening.
Right.
yes.
So how do we make that clear? Because I don't think we should really change it. I think we should just do as you've been doing and ask them to state their city. We already have your address, so it's no need to repeat that.
I think you could keep the ordinance as it is if you're having them do it on the sheet of paper but not announce it. I think it's satisfying
Okay.
the ordinance.
I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
No, it's a good question.
All right.
Different boards deal with that issue differently.
Okay, Ben Johnson.
I agree with, as long as you've got it in writing in front of you, I got no problem like you do and just ask them their town of residence. That gives us some kind of idea of what the problem is in a certain area.
That's
We
right.
don't need to know exactly where.
That's correct. Okay, and then how about the question of only the speaker appearing in the interview that he couldn't interview or ask somebody else a question? What's the council's feeling on that?
It's public comment. It's that person's public comment. So why do we need to hear from someone other than that person?
I agree.
Unless it's part of an agended item, and if it's that concerning, let them reach out to us, prior and have it on the agenda or have someone respond to it. But I mean, to me, we're just leaving it open where people are bringing pretty much anything that's not even relevant to what comes before us. And you can't manage that in this environment. So
Yeah, I understand. It's that's the whole issue with freedom of speech, is it gets messy sometimes. We're not protecting the speech that we want. We're protecting speech that I really don't want to hear. But that's not even what I'm thinking. I'm thinking more of a person who is, and I'm not going to beat this to death, but people are afraid to come and speak in public. It's one of the things people fear the most. And so I can see somebody coming in with a video and their neighbor will say something to them on the video about an issue that pertains to the county. I'm not talking about an issue that we have nothing to do with, but if I'm the only one that that feels that way, then I'll go with the
But for an
view of the council.
agenda item could bring in.
okay. Yeah, this is only public comment.
That's
This is
correct.
only for public comment.
Okay.
And you have the
Okay.
latitude if it's some critical issue to still help us work through that. But,
So if it were a land use item, a zoning case, somebody seeking to change the zoning, that would be an agenda item, and this restriction would not apply.
Okay, Fred.
I was going to ask a question. Sometimes when we make rules like this, it's hard to anticipate everything. And what if we have down the road some unique situation, maybe they're in a nursing home, can't come, that kind of thing. Would the council then have the liberty to make an exception for that?
My recommendation would be that you would place them on the agenda, because I think where you run into difficulty on First Amendment issues is where you're inconsistent. So as long as you're comfortable with the restriction, and you just apply it the same regardless of the speaker, I think.
So that can be put on the agenda item, and we
Yeah,
can handle it that way and stay consistent. I like that.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? And we have a motion to accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We did have a member of the public that wanted to speak
Chair Brower.
on that item. Who's calling me?
Dana. We were just asking for clarification of who made the motion and who seconded the motion.
Okay, the motion was made by Barb Gertman and was seconded by Ben Johnson. And John Nicholson's, whose address I do have in writing, would you like to come and? You're good. All right. You still going to speak at the end? That gives us something to look forward to. Okay, thank you. Item 13, resolution and direction of the chair regarding the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission to apply for federal funding of the proposed expansion of SunRail operations in Orange County.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to open and
please.
Just this item here attaches a resolution. But basically, kind of the last section, paragraph sums it up, where they want to memorialize the support of the partners going after and studying the advancement of the route to the airport to South International Drive. These studies would include identifying costs to develop and maintain such a project, potential cost-sharing proposals, and the potential for securing federal and state grants to offset planning, design, and capital costs. So that had come, and we knew that was going to be on the agenda, and we since have found out that also on the agenda for the meeting Thursday will be the discussion of the format of running the actual rail line, which you, if you'll recall, voted for option 3, but asked for more information from links, and that maybe they explore another third party to compete with links for that. You subsequently had links come up here the following meeting, and basically you just had, they assured that they would take an approach of having, I guess, a separate rail area within links. Unfortunately, since that gentleman has passed, we haven't heard anything from links, of course, since then, and we don't know what their plan is. So you have 2 items that I think you're going to be, the chair will be asked to vote on down there. So you could take it with first the resolution, and then what you guys think about going forward with the organization that will run links on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Laura, do you have any?
Just as a reminder, with regard to the expansion and the resolution that the expansion discusses, we did talk about that general expansion concept back, I think, the end of March, and you all authorized a letter be sent in the beginning of May, basically setting forth the council's thoughts about that expansion and focusing or encouraging that the CFCRC focus on the transition at this time. It's the same general plan, the same general expansion that's being considered in this resolution. So I do think with regard to the resolution, the letter that was previously sent and is also a part of your agenda item is also important to keep in your minds.
Yes, and that letter was important for me, and it'll be important in this next meeting, because I view my position as representing your position here, not just mine. And so I need to hear from y'all if that's consistent with the last meeting. We voted unanimously that option 3 would be the preferred option, with those questions that we don't know anything about cost and And we need to know that, and I'll talk about the expansion when we get there. Let's start with that. We do have 2 members of the public that want to speak as well. I'll hold that off for a minute. Barb Gertman.
No, I'd rather hear from the public first and see if there's something that would.
Okay. Bob O'Malley, are you? There he is. I didn't see him back there. And then Maria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Bob O'Malley. I'm a consultant to Universal Parks and Resorts, formerly with CSX as well during the initial SunRail transaction. But I work with Universal as a consultant on the east-west expansion of SunRail from the airport to the convention center. And wanted to talk to you today and encourage your support for an affirmative vote by the chairman at Thursday's meeting for the resolution. The timing is, I heard the comments about the timing versus the transition. The timing of the resolution is extremely important because there are some federal funds that we expect to be available this fall to help continue study of this particular corridor and to position it for potential future federal funding. So waiting will kind of miss the boat. And there's really is a moment in time with the federal infrastructure bill to pursue some federal funding to advance the study of this corridor. And Marie will talk more about the benefits of this corridor, but it will connect the airport. It will connect the International Drive area. And we believe that that line on its own will be self-sufficient and cost neutral. And it will have the ability to prop up the north-south line, which will make the SunRail system more viable in the long term, and it will make the SunRail system more useful to residents of Volusia County that either want to take it to the airport, or if they've got a job down in the iDrive area, or just want to get down to the iDrive area. So we think it's worthy of more study, and the resolution that's going to be before the CFCRC this Thursday will send a signal to the US DOT that this is a project that's worthy of further study, and that we want to get it in position for federal funding should the CFCRC decide to move forward after after the initial study. So again, we would encourage your support for it on Thursday, and thank you for your time.
Let me ask you a question before you go. You just said something interesting that you think you're talking about the Sunshine Corridor.
Yes, sir.
You said it would be self-sufficient. Why do you anticipate that?
We believe the ridership it's an 11-mile long corridor from the airport to the convention center. We believe the ridership will be very strong, and Maria will talk more about this, but members of the iDrive, businesses along the iDrive area, including my client, have stepped up and made a ridership guarantee that will ensure that this is cost neutral. So it doesn't have a burden on the overall system, but in fact, we think it will be positive to the overall system because it will increase ridership, and then will also make it more useful, and then we'll also have a positive impact on those fixed costs. So right now, the fixed costs for SunRail are spread over 61 miles. That's not very much. So you're paying a very high per mile cost compared to other railroads around the country. But when you add in those 11 miles, especially if it's a profitable 11 miles, that will contribute to the fixed cost of the entire system, which could help reduce your cost burden for it moving forward in the future. Like I said, make it more viable.
Would it pay for itself without the rider guarantee?
I think they're smart business people, and they're betting on that, and they think they'll have no problem meeting the ridership. They know their riders. Look at the tourism corridor, right? And tourism is booming in Central Florida. I think they know what their guests want and what their guests will pay for a premium ticket that's folded into their ridership packages, and that's what they'll do. And again, Maria can talk more about that, but they know their business, and the guarantee is just the backstop. So they're offering a backstop should it not get there, but I can tell you they're not worried about it getting there at all.
Okay. Did you have any questions for Barb? Okay.
Thank you.
Maria? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Brower, council members. I am Maria Triscari. I'm the president and CEO of the International Drive Resort Area Chamber of Commerce and also representative of Orlando's Right Rail. On behalf of our entire board, it is our sincere hope that you will support the SunRail resolution that is being proposed today as a gesture of support to further study the proposed Sunshine Corridor program. The proposed Sunshine Corridor program will create an east-west connection for SunRail that will benefit residents in Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and the city of Orlando. This proposed east-west connection will connect SunRail in all the counties to the airport and the 20,000 jobs at the airport, and the iDrive corridor, which employs over 75,000 employees and is expected to increase to 100,000 in the next few years. Because of the federal infrastructure dollars that are currently available, we believe this is the moment in time to make SunRail a viable regional transit system for all of Central Florida by studying the east-west connection. In fact, we are so committed to this program that Orlando's Right Rail Coalition has committed at the May SunRail workshop private contributions to capital costs and ticket sales for the east-west connection. This is the live, work, play model that our community has been working towards. We hope you'll consider supporting this resolution today that is only agreeing to the further study of this proposal, which we believe will benefit our entire community. We hope for your support today, and we thank you for your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside. I hope you listened to what they were saying. This is going to benefit us. This will help us. This will help our airport. This will help our city. There was two little things about it might help you all with the mileage on the line, 72 miles versus 61 or whatever. Okay, this is your opportunity to demand recognition that you have not had for the last 15, 20 years. They've ignored you. You needed answers from them, and you never got it. How long did we have to wait, and are still waiting, for our line to DeLand? That was supposed to be, what, 10, 15 years ago, whatever? So I'm asking you not to throw away this opportunity, not that you're not going to vote yes for it, but demand something up front, because you've been ignored. Or, well, actually, our representative has been ignored. So you want something from us, we want something from you. So ask whatever it is that the council has been asking for, make sure that they agree to it. I know this is only a continuation of a study, but if you give in and you give in and you give in, we're going to be in the same spot all over again. So this is your prime, because they're looking at federal dollars. They can't say no. I don't say they can't say no, but the chances are, if they've been screwing up and against you guys, they may come to Jesus moment and behave like good people. Thank you.
They are very nice people. Yeah. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. So my understanding of this, it's a non-binding resolution request, and it's time sensitive because of potential federal funding, and I don't see what we have to lose by being a open partner to see how and where this study can identify better opportunities for us to have a better path forward, and hopefully with lower costs, but also with better relations, right? We're probably less than 10% of of the impact of SunRail, but we're the ones looking at a new greater cost to our bottom line. And I would really like to see us be not a more willing partner, but a better partner in identifying those ways that perhaps we can work with those partners to help lower costs. And it's not by making demands and holding hostage, right, our vote. It's by saying, how do we create win-win scenarios, not scenarios where we're going to be the ones standing on the outside when we've got the most to lose. So I would like to see us support this resolution and, yeah, period.
Thank you. Danny, before I call on you, I just want to say to Barb that I believe we have been a good partner, at least my experience on the commission. It was this council that helped to negotiate the what Mr. Nicholson just said. We waited 15 years for the North Station. It was this council who negotiated that because the Florida Department of Transportation came to us and really wanted to work with us, and so we did that. And I said at the time that I hope they perceived that we were acting in good faith as good partners. I think where I might think differently from you is that I think the expansion makes perfect sense for Orlando. We will have people here that will ride it to the airport. I have an airport here in Daytona Beach that I want to expand though too, and I don't want to take ridership from them. But I don't see a way, I've not been convinced yet, I don't see a way that it reduces our costs. I see a way that the costs will continue to go up, and that's my concern, and I hope that we'll discuss today.
But isn't that the intent of a study? A study is for us to get the details, the information, and to come back to us with what are the best paths forward? How do you get information without supporting the study? So you're asking for a level of detail that's not available without it being studied.
But, correct. But what you're asking me to do, this is just for discussion because I need your feedback.
I agree.
This is excellent. If you look at the third line down in the resolution, whereas the CFCRC board supports a vision of future expansion, I don't support a vision of future expansion when I don't know what it costs, and I'm afraid if I say I support it, does it matter what the study says? I support the expansion if I know it's not going to cost our taxpayers our ability to continue Votran or something like that, because the costs have been astronomical.
Can we get
Costs
an
have never been.
explanation of non-binding?
Yes, ma'am. So I think that term being applied to this resolution, there is no dollar figure attached to this. This is not a pledge of actual funds specifically. But as Chairman Brower is pointing out, there are recitals in the resolution that you would be advising Mr. Brower to agree to as our representative. So when we use the term non-binding, or when that's used, it does not necessarily bind us financially. It does indicate a certain level of involvement and approval and support for, in particular, the expansion study here. Potentially the expansion of the system, but certainly the study, like you said. So I don't think you hear non-binding from your staff.
Danny?
Well, and I think Ms. Coleman's correct in that this resolution, if it were adopted by the SunRail Commission, does not obligate the SunRail Commission to enter into agreements to implement it. think what Laura is saying, I agree with, is certainly it sends through recitals, which are not legally binding, that you support the expansion of the system. And it's expansion in two ways in what's being proposed. Expansion geographically, more track miles, and what's not talked about as much is converting the system from a commuter rail system to a 7-day-a-week operation. And so I think your SunRail commissioners there are probably looking for a resolution of support, certainly to do the study. But I think the other thing that the resolution does do is it is asking you to indicate, do you support the concept? Our position, my recommendation would be to you, and you said it in your prior letter, was, everything's subject to a contract. So you'll see the details in a contract form, but certainly this is a first step to a longer process.
That's non-binding.
Does not obligate the council to a particular course of action. It's certainly telling your partners that you support the concept.
The concept of learning more through a study.
Well, I mean, it does say the SunRail Commission, they call it the CFCRC board, supports a vision for future expansion of the system. So, I mean, certainly when you read the recitals, it's laying the groundwork that you do support the expansion of the system.
And are we saying that we do support it if it doesn't cost us any more dollars, correct? There's no reason for us not to support it if it doesn't have a financial impact on us, correct? So it's not a matter of the expansion that we wouldn't be supportive of. It would be the financial impact, correct?
Yes. Let me call some of the other, Danny.
Barb, I think the biggest hang-up is the fact that we already know going into this that we're getting the short end of the stick, because the study has already shown that our investment's not even going to cover, or our return's not even going to be covered by the ticket sale, or we can't even cover the ticket sales on this. So with that being said, going into it, why, my thought process is kind of on the same as the chair's assessment of this mess. Why would we commit to something more or remotely be interested in something if knowingly we're already out of the gate in a hole? So this gentleman that spoke earlier, I'm sorry, I'm very sleep deprived right now, but I forgot your name and I don't want to be disrespectful, but you had mentioned several words, could, in your verbiage. To me, that it is alarming when I see that in a contract or even in a proposal, because like anything, it's no guarantees. Okay, so with that being said, nobody can guarantee. We can't even guarantee. We have the best meteorologists in Florida that can't guarantee the weather the next day, respectfully. So with that being said, with our taxpayers, it's hard for me to commit to such a long-term burden on our people, especially with, we don't know, the people downtown do not know if we're going to have another pandemic. If this market is going to crash, if businesses are going to slow down, if Disney, something ever happens to Disney or that downtown I drive, we just don't know. But once we get sucked in more to a contract or obligated, we're stuck. So I'm not too comfortable with that word, that could, and I don't blame folks for using that because they don't want to be committed either, and neither would I. So there's no guarantee to future funding from our state or federal partners. Barb, like you had said, we're responsible for less than 10% of the SunRail, but we bear a lot of the burden, and that's something to really think about. But other than that, I don't know if committing to a future expansion, and just in my opinion, for what it's worth, is not smart. With the information that we already have, it's like putting your hand on the hot plate and you've already been burned once. So I think we need to be very careful, and I'd be interested in hearing a little bit more information, but I want to hear guarantees.
Let me also add before I recognize Ben, he just disappeared. My understanding of having read these contracts is that this vote takes us in a completely different direction of what councils 15 years ago voted on, which was for a commuter rail system to take drivers off of I-4, put them in and take them to work and back. Now we're moving from commuter rail to a community rail, to a 7-day-a-week, long hours every day. And maybe, probably, that should have been what it started off as. But it wasn't. And what we agreed to and what was signed on for was a commuter rail. So my understanding, if we do this, the vote needs to be, I'm looking at you because you're the attorneys, then the vote needs to be unanimous. So whatever you direct me to do, I'm either going to be the bad guy or but I think this has to be a unanimous vote because we're completely changing the direction of SunRail.
You are correct that any change to the operating agreement or even the other interlocal agreements, would require a unanimous vote. That's been the position that we've taken consistently. Approval of the resolution, I don't think that the CFCRC needs a unanimous approval to approve the resolution itself. But to Ms. Gertman's point, anything, the resolution is one thing, and then there would necessarily, if this continued, and if indeed the trajectory that you would be signaling support for came into fruition and did in fact occur, any agreement that would change or update or amend our interlocal agreements would need unanimous votes. So the resolution has one vote requirement, and the alteration to the system, as you are discussing, would require a different sort of vote, and that would need to be unanimous.
So that's a backstop.
I will, just as a caveat, there are some sections of the current interlocal that can contemplate an expanded or an extended system. That's a much longer discussion about what we would be looking at, and we just don't have that information yet about what exactly they'd be doing to the system. But if we needed to change the interlocals, that would require a unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Fred Lowry.
There's an old saying of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And I feel like I'm being fooled the second time. I know I was at a lot of the early meetings when SunRail was first being envisioned and so forth. There were a lot of studies done then too. Great flowery pictures were painted, none of which have come true. And we found out now that the cost is many, many multiples of what was anticipated in those studies. I've also talked to a couple former council members that voted for that. They told me if they knew then what they know now, they would have never voted for this. Public transport very rarely makes any money, and I'm just hesitant to support this because I just feel like it's the same story, same song, second verse, and has not been helpful for us. I don't know if the stat is still true or not, but at one time I heard it would be more profitable not even take tickets, just let people ride free. We'd lose less money. So it has not been, it's not turned out to be anything like what was first positioned and so forth to us. And I don't see where this is going to be any different. So I'm not real excited about supporting this at all.
Barbara Gertman.
Well, nobody will be surprised if I say I'm disappointed to hear my fellow councilmen speak about the vision of transit and SunRail. And we are not who we were 12 to 15 years ago when this came before us. Transportation's not what it was. Transportation does not pay for itself. And I had the pleasure this week when I was at the FAC conference to be with the Brightline president, and we toured the Brightline Miami to Fort Lauderdale and saw what they did there. I'm excited about what they're doing in Orlando with the new location for Brightline and how that's going to connect throughout Orlando. And to me, West Volusia is part of the Central Florida line. And we've got to invest in being part of that vision. This resolution connects to information, connects to a study, and connects to the potential of federal dollars, not Volusia dollars. No one's asking for Volusia dollars right now. As a matter of fact, this has the potential of helping to identify ways to give us some other options. There's no impact to our pocket in accepting this resolution. What's coming back to us is information. So I'm asking for us to consider getting more information and allowing this opportunity to happen to access that information and the potential of those federal dollars. I may be one of the few visionaries on this board, but I know we've got to invest in what it's going to take to move our region forward and invest in our future, invest in the young people who want to get off of I-4, who want to commute, who want to live different than what we've prepared for. So I'll get off my soapbox, but I really wish this initiative had been supported by someone who also was part of this vision and doesn't just see it as a mess or see it as something where the tickets would pay for itself. Votran doesn't pay for itself. Amtrak doesn't. Nothing that you're going to look at that's a people mover pays for itself. It's for the convenience of getting people where they have to go. And we need to find the best and most tools to get that done. So, thank you.
Heather Post.
So we have been placed in the past in a precarious position, but I really think we need to look at where we're at now. And I'll be the first one, and I have been one of the first ones to say that we need to really stand our ground with the committee, and we need to say, our voice needs to be heard for sure. And so my discussion on this does not in any way detract or remove that feeling. But when I'm looking at this resolution, this is literally a resolution, and we do resolutions all the time that just simply state support or state fact. And this resolution doesn't preclude us in the future from saying that we don't agree with various things. It specifically allows for potential opportunities to be laid out in front of us in regards to the rail line. And we are at a pivotal point, I think, with the rail line where it's not the same that it was 10 years ago, and it needs to change. And I think the direction that we've been heading, I think we can all agree, hasn't been working out very well. So we need new options. And we can either continue to flounder in the current position, or, when we're presented with the potential for someone to come in, have a study paid for completely by federal funds, so no money's out of our pocket for the study, simply to have information provided to us as a potential for a new path, I think it's definitely viable. It definitely makes a lot of sense, and it's something we should look at. Perhaps if some members really don't want to voice the specific support for future expansion, perhaps we could, I'd be okay with doing the resolution of support and striking out that second line if that's feasible from staff.
What's second line?
Whereas the CFCRC board supports a vision for future expansion of the SunRail system. If you're not comfortable saying that, we can strike that, but I really don't think that this locks us into anything specific. It just provides us with other options. Right now, we have no options. So, and right now we are looking at spending monies that we weren't planning on spending. So we can either continue to go down that path, or, you know, if they want to pay for a study and present us with some information, I think that's, I'd be totally open to that.
Is this resolution amendable? It's amendable by us. Is it amendable?
Right. That's a good question. So this resolution is a resolution that would obviously be signed by the CFCRC, not necessarily by this council, though certainly if you are interested in memorializing it differently, we can do that. We can certainly approach our other local funding partners with the concept of changing the resolution. I will tell you that just having looked through it, there would be quite a few changes. I think if we were intending to remove all affirmative statements in support of the concept of expansion. If that's something that you would like us to do, certainly we can. I don't know about the timing of it with the Thursday meeting.
So I would say the bottom line there is that specifically just a resolution showing support. So we are just saying we're good with you doing a study, with you paying, with federal government, with someone else paying for a study, and we're good with you coming back and providing us with other options, so that we're not as politically correct word. So we're not in the same position that we've been in for 10, 15 years in regards.
So what you're saying is, if you look at that second whereas, the CFCRC board supports a study for the future expansion. You could change one word. What Laura's saying is that doesn't change the meaning of the whole resolution, though, I think.
The point is, it doesn't lock us in. In the future, we are totally able to look at that proposal, to look at that study, and to say, you know, we don't agree with that, but at least we're being presented with a viable option, because we have buckets right now. We have 0 viable options. So, okay. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, if you don't mind, Ms. Post, with regard to changing it. I was speaking to Mike about it with logistics. I think probably if you were interested, and that was what the will of the council was to instruct Mr. Brower, and if he's so inclined to do so, it's a lot of ifs, on Thursday. I think that would be a situation where we'd need to try to discuss that in the council meeting with the other members of the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission at that time about a changed resolution. This resolution that's been attached is what at this moment is being presented as an agenda item to the CFCRC on Thursday. So just logistically, I don't think there's any way that we can have a different resolution presented on Thursday, but certainly if that's a conversation Mr. Brower wants to have with his other members of the commission board on Thursday, that could happen.
I could transfer the will of this council.
You could absolutely discuss that with them, correct? If that's a conversation you want to have on Thursday, you can have it. Whether or not the other 4 members of that commission would be amenable to a rather drastically changed resolution, of course, I can't speak to.
You know, at the end of the day, Laura will correct me if she disagrees. You know, I think what this resolution does, it's not binding legally, but certainly the drafter of it was seeking a support from all 5 of the funding partners to say, we do support expansion geographically and kind of converting the system to kind of more of a, I forget the term, it's not 7-day-a-week operation, but not commuter rail.
Intercity rail?
Intercity rail. And I think that's the question before you. I mean, you know, do you support that concept? Our position has been, it may not be agreed to by all our funding partners, but we believe that you have 3 contracts that govern SunRail. We believe there are provisions in contracts at some important positions, such as who operates the system or expanding the system. We think that has to be a unanimous decision.
Thank you. Billy Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. Heather, I understand where you're heading, and I concur with you on that. There's just wording in here. We've kind of been trapped throughout this whole thing, and misled in some ways, when we're looking at 500% deficit during COVID, there's a lot of promises that we believed were valid that haven't come true. And I'm scared of any verbiage in here that would get us committed in any way to supporting a future expansion without knowing the cost involved to us. And are we going to get our expansion and this and that and the other things that we need to know? And who's going to run it? I'm not in agreement with this resolution as it is written. So I don't think this gives us enough protection, and I have a knee-jerk feeling with committing ourselves to anything in writing. I think we've been kind of stuck in that before. So I support the vision, but I'm just, Mr. Chair, I'm just okay with continuing on what we've already said. We don't have enough information.
Ben Johnson?
I guess the two of y'all back there have kind of seen the ugly side of all this. But the ugly side was brought on by people who preceded y'all, not listening to Volusia County. Actually just totally ignoring Volusia County. And that's a major issue. If I was on the council when this had originally come up, I never would have voted for it to start with. I'm going to kind of go a little further here. One thing is we're afraid to go any further without guarantees that we're going to be heard. And we all agree that links is the best way to go. But the same token, is links going to just make us somebody sitting at the table that there's no sense in us doing anything but sending a tape recorder to bring back the message? And so until some of that's straightened up, you're going to have problems out of us because we have had problems out of y'all. I look at it, and the way I read this thing, where vision, it doesn't say supports expansion, supports a vision. Yeah, I'd kind of like to have the information, but I'm like Billy, I'm a little afraid of this long resolution right here that paints us in another corner to where, just look at what happened. The expansion that was supposed to be to DeLand years ago is going to be here in another year or two, maybe. And even in the original agreement was that the state was going to take and run it for a certain amount of time, if I'm not wrong about that they were going to run it for a certain amount of time, which all of a sudden we get the bill that says, nope, that's not going to happen. So we kind of feel like the red-headed step-youngin' up this way. And I think maybe y'all need to go back with this resolution and quickly, well, of course, we don't have another meeting, but to do something to ensure that when the chair gets there, that it's going to cover our concerns. I got no problem using federal money to find out what may help in the long run, but somewhere along the line, y'all got to find a way to start capping our cost up here, because we're at the very end, and once again, not listened to and not used. So yeah, I'd love to see the study, but we need not be inadvertently painted in a corner in 2 or 3 years when somebody starts waving this resolution and says, well, y'all sign this, and you can hear where we stand on that, of lack of trust right now with our partners, because they don't care what we think.
Danny Robbins.
I'm trying to beat a dead horse here, but just in summary, we don't support, it's kind of clear, we don't support the original concept of this. Why would we support a future concept or a new one? But the million-dollar question is we still have no plan on how to pay for it. Once the original concept is enacted, other than further taxation or tax hike, we have no plan to support the new concept. We have zero commitments, zero guarantees, and I'm afraid this resolution is almost creating a false hope in wasting staff time, our partners' time, just for us, with all this being said, and we already know the answers, to just, hey, we support this, let's sign a piece of paper. It's not worth the paper it's written on. It's wasting time and money. And when does the bleeding stop? I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible, but I just don't see, this is a no-win situation, but to keep on digging our hole is asinine.
Barbara Gertman.
So, Mr. Robbins, just from your comments, I guess I don't expect, although I'm disappointed, I don't see where East Side representation will connect to the need and the vision of SunRail for the West Side area. I also have the concern that people are more in their feelings about how they felt someone treated them or how they responded over the last 10 years versus the reality. What if you had gotten it 10 years ago? Where have we been in our economy and in this area that we could have supported a SunRail during that time? We're in a better position today to prepare for this and create the vision for it than we've been at any time. There's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of people who didn't support this that were the representation for Volusia County more or less from day one. So here we are today with a non-binding resolution to get information. And everybody, you're talking about you want guarantees and you want to be heard. And when all this is asking you for is acceptance for information to get funds to fund a study to give you the information that you're looking for. It's telling you you're not bound to anything. So to me, you keep pulling on more of the relationship and the lack that you've experienced over these last 10 years than really what we're confronted with today. That's not what we're dealing with right now. This is specifically about a resolution of acceptance as part of a committee and a team to decide how they collect this information and how someone else gets to pay for that information. By us saying no, that doesn't give us any greater advantage. Matter of fact, it probably puts us in a worse situation because it puts our team in a worse situation. We signed on to be part of that board. So as a representative of that board and membership of that board, we should be looking at what it's going to take that committee to go forward and make a difference and how that can benefit Volusia County in the long run. And I don't believe this is that way. So there aren't many times that I'm that much in disagreement with my fellow council members, but chalk this one up on the record. Today is that day, and it's not only that it's because it's in my district. I just think we are being extremely short-sighted, and we're not really looking at the true impact of this decision and how it's not going to change our positioning to a positive.
Heather, before I call on you, I want to just respond real quick to Barb. Don't be disappointed. This is a kind of debate that we needed, that they needed to hear, that Orlando needs to hear, that I need to hear before I go in there. And let me try and come down in the middle. I have to agree with what Fred and Billy are feeling, because they are dealing with the reality that we have all experienced over the last 15 years, that every prediction of costs have not even been close. Costs have gone way up. I know that transportation doesn't pay for itself, but when we spend millions on a road, we put hundreds of thousands of cars on the road. When we spend millions on SunRail, we put 200 people in it.
We haven't spent anything.
On SunRail?
What have we spent on? We're
spending continuously.
we're preparing.
You guys want me to clear that up?
Yeah.
They're getting some
Do you have
looks here.
figures?
Sure. No, I mean, you are both correct that there is money that has been affirmatively pledged and that we have not yet paid it, but we have borrowed. So we are about to start paying as soon as the FDOT transition period happens. We have committed officially, financially, to certain amounts being spent.
Correct.
But at this particular moment, FDOT is still operating the system. Correct.
Correct.
You know,
Correct.
coming closer.
So we still have opportunity. We still have opportunity to work through that. And you're telling me about feelings. This is a reality. You're telling me about feelings of people not listening. And I mean, that to me, we're talking about $1 billion system that's going to impact our area. And you're telling me about feeling unheard. We need results. We need to be able to move this stuff forward, and we need real responses. And I'm okay with saying, once we get that report back and understand how it can impact us, then we need real information and real response. But we also need to be real about how we get to that. And it's not this way.
Thank you. Laura, while you're
Yes, sir.
there, what does the word memorializes mean in section 1, the second page of the resolution? How is that going to be interpreted
I'm sorry, tell me again where
by
you're
a
looking
group
at?
of attorneys? Section 1, the CFCRC
Oh, and
hereby
the actual
memorializes its report.
Sure. I mean, I not to be glib about it, but anytime you sign something, you've signed it. So there is an official approval of whatever the document says you're approving. That's the memorialization part. With regard to whether something is binding or non-binding or what we've pledged or not, I think we've talked about that quite a bit. There's no affirmative financial commitment. Certainly there would need to be contracts later on that would need to be signed, and this is not it. But yes, this memorialization of support does in fact, like you're kind of pointing out here, you are inking the idea that you approve the idea. And this resolution itself is it's a broad idea, but it is certainly the idea that the system shall in fact be expanded, include the idea of from the convention center to the airport.
Okay, thank you. Heather Post.
So touching on that, I'm reading CFCRC hereby memorializes its support along with other public and private partners for studying the advancement. So we are memorializing our support for the study.
I would agree with you that the section itself does say that. The recitals, as Mike pointed out, are not always considered to be legally binding.
Mm-hmm.
They are included, and we are talking about signing them or not. And the recitals themselves are more expansive than the section 1 of the resolution. But yes, ma'am, you are of course reading that correctly.
For example, the impact fee study that we just did and the discussion from earlier, we did that study, and doing that study meant that, hey, we're going to look at impact fees and that we're going to do that. And that didn't mean that we were going to, do all the impact fees today. It just meant that we were interested in the study and we wanted the information provided to us, right? So I look at this again as the same thing. Right now we are, as Barb said, we are at ground zero of nothing. Things have been promised before us, and we are here with really zero options other than demanding that we be heard. And that's not working very well. So when we are provided the option to have the federal government pay for a study to provide us with other opportunities and other options to work to try and make this as successful as possible, or to try and show how Volusia County might fall into this differently. I don't see why we're not seizing that opportunity. We always have the opportunity, and hopefully in the future, we're going to use those opportunities much more than we did in the past. I think probably in the past, we did not put our foot down when we were not excited about various decisions that were made on the board. Well, but we were not happy, and I think maybe we didn't put our foot down, but this is where we're at now. We know that. We know the history. And so in the future, after the study, after things are laid out, after we're provided options, different or more than the 0 options we have now, I think we always have the opportunity to say that we don't agree with something. And this, simply signing a resolution does not say that we're bound to that.
Ben Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I'm hoping that before we actually make a vote that we have either one of the 2 people in the audience. I would love to hear from them if they have any actual reaction or response or any additional information, because bring on as much information in this as possible. I would love to hear it. So I just want to make sure before we conclude and we do the vote that we provide them with that opportunity as well. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
All right, does this bind us in any way? I don't. Not a bunch of legal stuff. I'm a country boy. Tell me so I can understand it.
It does not bind us financially. It does not, we have not agreed to a contract, a final detailed contract about any expansion at all. It does, in fact, memorialize, to use the word that the chairman pointed out, it does in fact memorialize our approval of the concept of expanding the system. So if it didn't do anything at all, then it wouldn't be in front of us. But no, sir, it does not bind us financially. We do not have to approve anything later.
I still, on my own, where I'm looking back, this paragraph supports a vision for future expansion. It would concern me more if it says supports expansion, but it says supports a vision. And I'm very mixed on this right now. I mean, there's one thing is, do we send a message, but I'm hoping that maybe they can take the message back that we're unhappy with being, you know, when it gets critical, all of a sudden they send y'all up here. But, you know, I'm kind of leaning both ways, you know, a federal study money to see where we can go and what we can do versus what we have to do. I just want to make sure we're not giving up any of our rights anywhere in here that we can veto it or do whatever down the road. Does it do any of that?
We are not committing to signing any contracts if we agree to sign this resolution.
No, I don't think it does, Ben. I mean,
Yeah.
But it does. It is an affirmative statement by this council if you were to pass it or direct the chair to vote for it, that you support this expansion concept. Details follow. I think that in what comes back in the study or contract documents.
I think anybody that came back and listened to this meeting right here, they could say, oh, we're looking at.
However, the result of that is that one day there will be a vote. This is what the study said. This is how much it's going to cost. Now, are you for it?
Yeah.
And we can say yes or no at that time. And that at that time, that's when it needs to be unanimous.
Yeah, because they can do it without us.
Correct?
That's correct.
That's your understanding?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'm just, you know, we're kicking this thing around awfully bad. We're stuck with an Edsel, and he was a pretty good Edsel salesman back there. But we're stuck with an Edsel, and we need to see how we can maybe make it run. I'm kind of more leaning towards, okay, let's support the study because it doesn't cost us, it does not bind us financially. But is there the possibility that it might assist us in the future financially? And the fact of that somewhere along the line that y'all take this back, that they need to start capping us at this end a little bit instead of just taking us into the bill, because we can take at the last minute and submarine this whole thing. So I kind of think maybe support this thing because they've heard what we had to say. And I mean, really, you know, it's that's an important thing. They said they've heard. They hadn't heard anything else we said, I don't guess, but we've said it, and we expect it to go back. But if it's not going to cost us, and it might in the long run help us, but we still are not committed. We are not committing ourselves to any kind of extra financial obligation, then I think we'd probably be wise just to go ahead and hear what the federal government has to say, where they go to, what, you know, the study, and see if it does it, or if later we get it jammed down our throats anyway. So I think maybe at the moment I am leaning more towards supporting the resolution, but with the caveats that we have put in place.
Okay, now Danny's going to try and talk you out of it.
I'll support whatever the will of this council is. My biggest hang up with this whole thing, and Barb, don't take this the wrong way. I love you, regardless. I absolutely do. Each and every one of you. But we haven't figured out how to pay for the first leg of this. Now we're showing support, possible support for something, you know, financially that, again, you know, we haven't figured it out the first way. So let's go ahead and show interest or show possible support for a second leg. And then, you know, when it comes to federal government directing us on how to spend our money, I don't know if that's the best advice coming from them. So, you know, we have our own issues, but I'd like a commitment, or make me feel better if we had a commitment on how to pay for all this stuff to begin with, and I'm just not there yet, but I will go along with the will of this council.
Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Danny. So, I don't ask for much.
Here it comes.
However, this is one of those rare opportunities that I'm going to directly ask, publicly ask my fellow council members to support this resolution. And I think it's important to give it the opportunity to see where else we can take this, because this is not then, this is now. And I honestly believe there's an opportunity for us to work through this differently than we have been. And again, times before there were not dollars available, there were not resources available, there weren't people even really paying much attention to what's going on. The momentum is here and it's now. And in my view, there's a great opportunity for us to leverage and hopefully come out better on the other end of this. But we've taken the risk to be here this far, and it costs us nothing to do what they're asking for right now. So I'm making my own personal plea, and I don't think I've done that in the 4 years I've been here, but it means that much to this district. And I believe to West Volusia and Volusia overall for us to be a better partner in this arrangement. I'm done.
Go ahead, Billy.
That was Academy Award worthy. Yeah,
Do you remember Sarah Bernhardt?
Yeah. Councilmember Gertman, I appreciate your strong stance and your true salesmanship on this, and I'm leaning. I don't know if it would make any difference, Chair, if you expressed our concerns, because it really doesn't. It hasn't made any real effect. You know, the meeting that took place, you know, involving Orange County and the city of Orlando and all of that, on the terms of the geographical reach on the expansion, where we weren't even included, you know, on the conversation. They haven't heard us during this whole process, but I think you're expressing that possibility that we'll go ahead with this resolution, but again, clarifying, we're not committed, correct? At any time we can say no. No more, we're not coming up with another dime.
They're calling the lawyer up, so I'm going to lawyer you for a second.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with you that this is not a binding resolution monetarily.
Yes.
Again, I would caution against being unconcerned with signing anything. Signing things mean things. I also just wanted to take a second, though, because there's been some back and forth about unanimity and not. And just to clarify again, if we're talking about changing the interlocal agreements that already exist, our position has consistently been that that's a unanimous requirement. There are some provisions in the interlocal agreements for expanding or extending the service that may not require unanimity, might require a supermajority. That's a big question, though, about if they intend to do that. Expanding or extending can mean a couple different things. They're defined in the agreements. We're not exactly sure what they're talking about with the corridor, if it would fall into that, if it would require an amendment. So I don't want us to get too comfortable with saying everything would require a unanimous vote. I would say, however, and I said this at the last meeting when we were talking about another issue with SunRail, that there is a provision in our interlocals that says if it's going to cost more than the amount that we've pledged to pay, and that's what we were talking about, if it requires more than what we've already agreed to, more than those caps, that requires unanimous approval. And the current operation of SunRail is about 500 times the anticipated, right? It's incredibly high comparatively to the projections. It's about 5 times the number. So in other words, any monetary commitment would push us over the cap because we're already over the cap.
So it would have the unanimous.
Yes, ma'am. We have, it has been Volusia's position in writing from the legal department, and I believe Mr. Brower has mentioned it at the commission meeting itself as well, that we do think that unanimity is required in many circumstances, but I don't want this council to hear me say that every vote of the CFCRC has to be unanimous, because that is not correct. So there are things that they could do with a majority or a supermajority. It really just depends on what they want to do later on down the road, and we don't have that in front of us yet.
Yeah, I would love to see the vision, see the study, to see if it can at all get us out of the hole at all. But I think we would still have to have our very strong statement by the chair that we're not coming up with any financial responsibilities with the whole thing or commitments other than just for the study. Period.
Okay.
So I can make a motion?
What?
No.
Ben Johnson.
Oh.
I support the study. I'm not saying I support the expansion, and I was about to say, make a motion. Go ahead, Barb, if you want to make a motion.
I shall make the motion to approve the resolution.
Time's up.
I make the motion to approve the resolution as written.
Motion to approve resolution is written by Gertman, second by Post. And let me ask, before I call for the vote, the council, you asked your question. I'm not going to do it as passionately as you did, but I want to know, I want to hear now from the rest of the council that when we get past this and it comes down to the vote for, okay, here's the projected cost. Every time we've been down that road, it's been more than what we expected. The only way I would be, not the resolution, but that this is the second vote following the results of the resolution. Here's what it's going to cost. I cannot be in favor for it if it's going to increase our costs. So
Can we vote on the resolution
would
first?
you all stand, not until I know the answer to this, until I know the answer, will you stand, will we stand unanimously then that we need to be held
How can you hold one vote hostage?
Held harmless from increased costs.
But it needs to be a unanimous vote for any increased costs.
Yeah.
So
Maybe.
Mr. Bauer,
That's
I think
open.
we need to get that information before we can really do that, because I agree with you that we don't need to be spending more money, but we don't know. They might be 200, 300,000. So I think right there, I think you pretty well know where all of us stand, and we're all pretty much, most of us stand with the fact of that this has been a black hole to just throw money into. We don't know when it hits bottom. So I understand where you're coming from, but I think that's a premature thing. But I think you kind of see, right now we're just trying to gather information.
Thank you. I understand that. I don't feel like it's premature because I'm not doing this for our benefit. I'm doing it for the people in Orlando that are listening to this. And I need them to know what this board feels like, that we can't afford to pay more. Barb keeps saying we haven't paid anything yet. We have. It's just called debt. We've been told, it's going to be $1 million for maintenance. Now we know it's going to be much, much greater for maintenance and operation. It's not what we were sold as for cost. So, did you want to say something before I
No,
call
sir,
for the vote?
I'm here for any questions you all have.
Are
Okay.
you going to have to deal with that on Thursday? Is that going to come before you on Thursday, what the costs are?
No,
So why do we have to, why are you going to hold this vote hostage for that?
I'm not holding it hostage.
Oh,
I'm going to call for the vote.
okay.
I want to know what this council's going to feel once you take this step, because it's going to bring the second step.
do we
What?
want to hear?
Okay.
Trying to
Ben
get
and
that.
Billy, you're still up here. Is that old? Okay. We have a motion to approve the resolution as written. Motion by Gertman, second by Post. Ben, are you still? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it's, Mr. Lowry had to step out for a minute. The resolution passes 6-0. Now we have the second part, which is the transition. And we have already unanimously voted for option 3. I think I heard Ben say that we voted unanimously for links. My understanding is we voted for option 3, and right now that's links that we expressed a desire to hear that is there nobody else in the United States that knows how to run trains that could do this? Or could the state of Florida take it over? Now, they've not shown any interest in that so far, but would you present our options there?
Yes, sir. So we don't have the options on the screen or anything. You all, as you mentioned, already voted on 1, 2, or 3 that were presented to us by WSP, which is the consultant that was hired by the CFCRC. It's another one of these alphabet soup moments. The council at that time did, in fact, like you said, vote unanimously for option 3. There were some caveats about whether or not links could be involved. So the vote really did not include links as part of the yes answer. That was left off the table. If there's any further discussion about that, I think that's something that you can certainly raise on Thursday if that's the will of the council and your choice. But at this point, again, we're just looking for direction for Councilmember Brower to vote at the commission meeting on Thursday with regard to the governance option. At this time, we're not exactly sure, of course, what that motion will be on Thursday. There is a chance, of course, that it could specifically name links, but there is definitely also a chance that it would be which governance option, and instructions to WSP to continue negotiations with links. So that is, I think you're looking for some additional direction about how you should vote on those governance options, keeping in mind that you all have already voted once that option 3 was your selection. So if you need any further clarification, that's what you're looking for.
Could just add, and Lori, you state, correct me if you disagree, but by prior action of this council, as Laura said, you supported option 3. You asked for more information and proposed the idea that perhaps they solicit to see if there are other firms out there that'd be interested in serving. When the chair is at the SunRail Commission meeting on Thursday, it's very well possible that the motion made is to pursue option 3, but also include the links selection. I believe that would require an amendment to the operating agreement
That has been our position consistently, yes.
and would require unanimous vote. So I think you've expressed your opinion, made it clear that you support option 3. I think the chair may be faced with a situation of a motion being made to also select links, and that's why we wanted to bring it up to you. I know the chair wanted to talk about it with you for direction on that issue. Do you stand by your prior position, or has your position changed?
Yeah, I feel pretty certain that's where it's going. It's not just do we rubber stamp number 3 again, but we're going to be asked to approve links.
We anticipate, I think that's a fair word to use, simply based on just staff discussions, and of course, I don't know what the motion will be until the motion is made, but staff discussions indicate that there probably will be a motion made that will be looking for direction to our consultant to continue to pursue details with links specifically. It, again, has been our legal department's position, and I think Chair Brower has actually stated this at CFCRC meetings as well, that any final agreement with links, any sort of contract that we enter into with them would in fact require unanimous consent. And that's not on the table on Thursday. There is no final agreement. This again is a selection of the governance option and instruction, theoretically instruction to our consultant. If it is in fact a particular selection of links as the operator, that is great deal more detail, and we have not really taken that up as council.
There's also going to be a cost associated with that we don't know.
If the CFCRC contracts with links, it will not be for free. I think I feel pretty comfortable saying that. So yes, that would require additional expenditures by the CFCRC. And again, our articulated opinion has been that if it's going to cost anything, it pushes us above those caps and would require unanimous consent.
Thank you, Laura. Barb Gertman.
So my opinion is links is known to the other partners. It's not known to Volusia County. Although links does not run a train system, to my awareness and knowledge, or what was communicated to us, I would still believe that if there's already a relationship, already staffing, and I think that's the reason we selected option 3, was the lesser of the cost, the lesser of the transitioning. They could use staff partial time and be able to integrate, the needs, because they're not going to need as much staffing and resources, because staffing and resources already exist. So for us to then say, well, go out and search for someone else who may be from somewhere else and have to then bring in resources. And I mean, to me, I don't know that that's really the way to position this. I think if these other partners have a good relationship with links, and we can have the authority and the inclusion that we need to stay informed and be a part of ensuring that information, we're part of that information and how it's being communicated, I would be fine with links. So.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I don't think we need a vote on that. I needed direction.
Yep, yes, sir.
Now we know.
If you have direction, I think you've accomplished your goal.
Okay. Thank you all, and we will, thank you, Laura. Might as well stay till 6 now. We'll move to item 14. Thank you all from Orlando who came, and from DeLand.
Mr. Chair, sorry. Can I ask you a question just for clarification?
Sure.
So on the SunRail item, Laura, are you still here? Okay. So when you have the vote on the governance model, you did not take a new vote. So that's basically what I take away from council's action. You still support option 3. If the motion of CFCRC moves forward to also incorporate the selection of links in that, you had not supported that outright in the past. So, and that's fine. That's a legitimate position to take. But if the chair is faced with that motion, my takeaway is that you have not, council, supported the selection of links at this time. Fair statement, Mr. Chair?
That's my understanding to this point, that we only supported the option, not necessarily the person. I think Barb makes a point that I don't believe they're looking for anybody else. I don't think they are interested in looking for somebody else to run it. I don't
think they are.
I don't think
they are. They don't have a search in place now for another firm. I think that's fair to say.
Right. We've been asking every meeting, and the answer has been, these are the only 3 people we could find, or the 3 options we could find.
All right. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No. So, yeah, it leaves us, it leaves a little unclarity for me going in Thursday, but we'll have to see how it's presented. Okay. Item 14. There he is, Kevin.
Afternoon, Mr.
Sponsorship
Chair.
Request.
Honorable council members, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So item number 14 is a sponsorship request from the DeLand Little League for their 2023 spring season. It's the first time the county is being asked to sponsor the DeLand Little League, and they're asking for a sponsorship in the amount of $1,500 that would provide 6 baseball and 6 softball sponsorships to underprivileged players, and there's no individual cost.
Danny Robbins.
Hey, Barb. I'm here. I need your help. It's coming. Get ready. I'd like to make a motion to approve this and also acknowledge the fact that I do support things on the west side of town, Barb. But motion to approve and help these kids out.
Motion to approve the sponsorship request by Robbins, second by Wheeler. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? You waited all day for that. Okay, and since 15 was moved, we can adjourn until, well, no, I guess we should hear from the county manager and John. But just for the public, if you don't hang on here, we will be back at 6 o'clock for the second required meeting to approve the budget and the millage rates for your property taxes this coming year. So we'll end with public participation. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Barb, For some reason, I don't see blonde hair and curls. I see Bahaliana, but I don't see the blonde hair and curls. Couple of things. In the paper, they had the bed tax for Tampa was going up from 4% to 5%. We're at 3%. How long have we had our bed tax at 3%? So I'm asking you to consider all of the bed taxes that are in Florida, that we at least be in the middle, if not towards the top. Because when we did the half-penny sales tax, nobody bothered to tell anybody that of all the sales tax in Florida, we were one from the bottom. Only Gadsden County, in the middle of nowhere, had a lower sales tax than we did. And our competitors have sales tax of 7.5 and 8. So we are way behind the ball on our sales tax, and we're, I think, behind the ball on our bed tax. So I would ask you to consider that for the future. Also, could we consolidate the 3 hospital zones? I could never understand why we did it in the first place, but that was politics in the past. But because of saving funding, and my sister's in a hospital, or was in Miami, had to go down there for 2 weeks. Their hospitals are like 20 branches. Every couple of blocks there's another Baptist hospital or another Jackson hospital. I think that's the way to go for funding for all of the needs that the hospitals have. And I think for the sales tax or the taxes for us as homeowners, if we consolidate the 3 of them, I think there'll be a cost savings. And lastly, over the fairgrounds, I often come to county council meetings. I kind of sit over on the side there, and I had no idea that they were doing a study on the fairgrounds. And of all, I mean, if I don't know, how many other people did not know they were doing the study? And when he says it was 330 people, that's out of 550,000. It's less than 1%. It's 1/3 of 1%. So the feedback really isn't that phenomenal. So you really haven't gotten it. Plus, when you say it's centrally located, coming from the other side, it is really not centrally located. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, John. County Manager.
I have nothing. We'll see you later at 6.
Michael Dyer, County Attorney.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
I don't have the energy.
That's a no, wasn't it? Billy Wheeler. Wow. Barb Gertman. Ben Johnson. Dr. Lowry. Dr. Lowry? Heather Post.
So I wanted to actually comment on the bed tax discussion. I'd love to bring that back. So if council's good with maybe bringing that back on a future agenda coming up, I would like to definitely discuss that if that's a possibility. Bed tax.
Yeah.
That's a motion.
Yeah, why don't you make a motion, and
That's my motion.
motion is
bring
to
it back.
bring the bed tax issue back. Does it need to be raised? Just look at it, see what we're bringing in. Okay, motion by Heather Post, second by Gertman on bed tax.
And then ending on a good note,
Wait a minute, we need to vote on that.
Okay. Just everybody nod.
If there's no more discussion on it, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yep.
And then, so I just wanted to comment, we just had the groundbreaking for the medical examiner's office, and so that went very well, super excited, and just wanted to say I cannot wait for the actual grand opening. So it's coming soon, Tad? Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Oh, I'm coming to that one. I'm definitely coming. All right.
Thank you. I had one thing. I'm looking for the date here. September 30th. Several months ago, this is real quick. Several months ago, I did a proclamation for a retired county employee named John Crisp, who was started off as a tower guard, a lifeguard, and rose to the level of assistant chief. And he transitioned from lifeguarding to the, I think it's when the Marine Discovery Center was just being built, and he absolutely loved that project and loved working on it. I had no idea. I knew that John was a lover of the environment, the marine environment. He was an excellent fisherman, lobsters, spearfishing, anything to do with the water. And that project was a work of love for John, and he really admired the finished product that the county turned out. And that project goes on. I bring that up because last week I got a call from other friends, former lifeguards, that John has transitioned again, and he's no longer with us. His heart finally gave out, and he deceased at his home. I just wanted to take a minute to bring his name up again and to honor him. He was a lifeguard's lifeguard, wouldn't you agree? And just a fine individual. I've heard from people all over the county, from young guards to old guards like me, that had an experience with John, and every one of them say the same thing, that he was a mentor, he was a friend, he was as hard as nails sometimes when he needed to be, but he loved this county, he loved his job, he loved the beach, and he will be greatly missed. On September 30th, there's going to be a little memorial for his life at the lifeguard headquarters, really at Sunsplash Park. There will be, some of the guards will be paddling out on surfboards. It's just a tradition that has developed for guards that have passed, and then there'll be a little gathering after that. If you'd like to come, just come and to honor the memory of a great Volusia County resident who loved our beach and worked hard at it and made it a better place, and succeeded in making it a safer beach, and is personally responsible for hundreds of lives being saved there. So I will miss him. And that's all I have. We will be back at 6 o'clock for the budget and pardon me, and trim rate settings. Yeah. So thank you. We will see you at 6, and that will be a public hearing. What?